secrets, keep it in the sheets with us. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom, 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 bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. Want me make it rain in the bedroom. We don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom. Want me make it rain in the bedroom, bedroom.
Please take your seats. A very good morning to everyone. The city of Aachen cordially welcomes you to the Charlemagne Prize Forum on Europe in Aachen in 2022. And I would like to especially welcome the foundation and its members, the board of directors of the Charlemagne Prize, and all guests from near and far, from the civil society, from political circles, from business, who've come here to discuss the future of Europe with us. A very warm welcome also goes to the numerous Charlemagne Youth Prize participants and winners and laureates. All of them have fought for Europe. They're burning for Europe. And yesterday they rightly and deservedly received their awards yesterday, and we're happy to have you with us. We're now looking back on 20 years of the Charlemagne Prize Forum on Europe. What started originally at the historical City Hall room later developed into a big circle at the Altes Kurhaus, and today, in the second round, for the second time now, here at the event center Das Liebig. This forum has found its new home, and let's see what will drive the forum in future, that it will be driven by the United States of Europe. We know and hope that. This is why we've gathered here, and we would like to thank the host of this venue, who has provided us with these beautiful venue to really ensure a very pleasant setting for this meeting. Exactly, thank you, he deserves a hand. The forum, from the outset, wanted to make a particular statement in terms of content within the immediate environment of the Charlemagne Prize Award, because it is not only about the big Europeans who are honored for their achievements. Aachen and the Charlemagne Prize are also the location for debate on the future of Europe. Today, after 2 years of pandemic, we actually expect exciting guests and riveting topics, and finally in presence again, in person. The situation in Eastern Europe strongly influences Europe, and with this, the Charlemagne Prize ecosystem. The attack on Ukraine is a war on European ground and soil, and this is why we're looking at two topics of overriding importance for the European Union: the energy security, which over the past few weeks we've felt as a very particular challenge, and of course Europe's security architecture, which has accompanied us with lots of concern. Dependency on raw materials has shown us that we have to focus more on renewable energies to become independent. We need a future that actually focuses on social justice and combines it with climate protection, and this requires transformation, especially in mobility, for energy and climate, and social matters, in education, in living, and in our cultural life. If we succeed in doing this, then it will produce many jobs and it will drive Europe. Yesterday, the ones who participated in the Charlemagne Youth Prize have actually taken on board many excellent ideas that fall within this line. But the point of departure is also an attitude. And here it needs to be based on a vision. In all of Europe, we have to actually develop positive perspectives with all citizens, make innovations experienceable towards a more just Europe. This will work out if all relevant actors in the cities cooperate in these design process and for all accessible and experienceable. We're very happy that we will be discussing with pioneering people, and I'm particularly pleased to see the young participants in this forum. There are 50 representatives of the international winning projects who will be with us today here in this room. Then also fellows of the Charlemagne Prize Academy who actually are sponsored both conceptually and financially by the foundation in their studies. And of course, we're also very excited to meet the laureates, Svetlana Tsishkovskaya and Victoria Tsepkalo, and representing Maria Kolesnikova, Tatiana Komich. They will join us this afternoon. Until then, I would like to hand the floor to the first panel, the editor of Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, Carsten Knob, and the panelists. And I would like to ask the panelists to join me here on stage, and I will actually clear the stage for dialogue now.
Thank you very much, dear Lord Mayor, and a warm welcome to the Charlemagne Prize Forum. And it's really very nice to be able to get together in person. Video conferences have their limitations, and okay, let's be honest, who really listens whilst these are going on? We do all sorts of other things parallel to the conference. Today we can actually concentrate on the important subject at hand, the important subject of ensuring energy security in Europe. My name is Carsten Knob. I'm one of the many editors of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. I'm responsible for digital and regional aspects, and in my previous career I spent 15 years in the business section, so I do have a certain idea of this subject. And of course, digitization and energy do also go together. It will be interesting to see how our green business minister is now trying to discuss with energy suppliers in many interesting countries to ensure our energy security. And we would like to illuminate the risks and opportunities today and discuss this with our panel members today. First of all, Nicole Ober, Vice President of the European Parliament since 2019. Prior to that, she was a politician in the FDP Liberal Party in Germany. So a warm welcome to you, Mrs. Beer. And we also have Jochen Eickholt, who is the CEO of Siemens Gamesa Energy SA. It's a Spanish company, but it belongs to Siemens Energy. And he'll talk about that today. Mr. Eickholt has also He's a Siemens manager through and through. He's also ensured that the ICE train, the ICE 4, now works, where you can just press the green button. And now he just has to press the green button on new supply of renewable energies. I mean, this is not that easy, as he will tell us. But welcome to you, Mr. Eickholt. Please sit down wherever you would like. And now Klaus Ernst is also a member of the panel, but he's not here, but I'll introduce him when he arrives. He's been delayed somewhat, so please excuse that. This event would have its financial problems without the support of the Association of German Cooperative Banks, and the president of the National Association of German Cooperative Banks is with us today, not to talk about financing the event, but to talk about how energy supply can be financed in the long term, because all this has significant economic consequences and money has to be found somewhere. So, Maria Kolak, a warm welcome to you. And then if we talk about money, the European Investment Bank has a lot of money, or certainly can raise this money, and they will probably have to do this. Anna Kreve is here from the European Investment Bank. Well, a warm welcome to you, Mrs. Kreve. And
Housekeeping, Ayla will speak English, but will stay in German. So she will get a translation in her ear. Just pick a seat you would like. Oh, you don't have a mic. Coming up right now. So once she is connected, she will get a translation. Once she is connected, we will hear her words in English, but of course you will find a translation on your seat. We'll stay with the discussion in German. So yeah, well, that's for the introduction, and we'll wait just a sec until the technical setup is ready. You're fine? Is everything okay? Everything okay. Liebe Frau Bär, wir fangen.
so, Mrs. Bear, you've just returned from Israel, and as I read on your Twitter profile, it's great that you've been able to get here today because I'm sure you have a bit of jet lag, not so much due to the time change, but due to a strenuous journey. So it's great to see you here, and that you were talking about energy there. Everything today is revolves around energy, but each of you has the opportunity to make a short introductory statement. So I'm interested to hear how you, as Vice President of the European Parliament, view this.
Well, thank you very much. After all, energy forms the basis for all of our management and governance and business, and it also forms the basis for future-proof, well-paid jobs and for prosperity in our society, for the fact that everyone can make a living. And this is why we have to solve this issue, and in an accelerated fashion, considering Ukraine, of course, and also what is happening in China and other parts of the world, of how sustainable energy can be combined with affordability and availability in a way that we can shape matters instead of being dependent unilaterally, as we're being shown very clearly. We now know how dependent we are on Russia. And I think it is very important to actually create any further unilateral dependencies, so not replace one dependency by another, and nevertheless not stop decarbonization, but in a moderate fashion. So let's have a look at the toolbox, the ways we use. Do we really have the right tools that set incentives, such as ETS, certificates trading, or do we go beyond and invest in research and development? I'm still dreaming of Europe, of being actually courageous and ambitious enough to become the technology leader again, and that it really gets going again, and instead of accepting the Americans on one side and Chinese on the other, but instead look for other ways to create an energy-proof energy supply. This is quite interesting what we see in the startup area around Darmstadt. They are looking at fusion energy. If you add those three things, I think we can make it happen. We just have to have the stamina now to accelerate matters, but at a moderate.
Kraft in Europa hat ein Unternehmen wie Siemens Gamesa natürlich.
Wir hoffen das, ja.
Und trotzdem, wenn man auf die Aktienkurse dieser Unternehmen schaut, die da aktiv sind, man sollte meinen, eigentlich müssten diese Kurse jetzt nach oben durch die Decke schießen, weil es ist vermeintlich oder tatsächlich der Energieträger der Zukunft.
Oh, this is probably you probably used to various problems, and you have probably been sent as a reorganizer. But I ask you to make a brief statement in terms of how you see this situation overall. Yeah, can I talk from here as you wish? Okay, let me go up here. Thank you very much to those of you present. I think the recent months have shown that we are well advised to have secure energy supplies. That's the first point. And secondly, of course, if possible, to have renewable energies as the basis. And against this background, energy supply in combination with decarbonization has become a central subject in terms of how it should work. The European Union, for example, has very ambitious goals for the energy turnaround. And wind power, of course, is a central source of energy. The most recent suggestions from Repower EU are aimed at 480 gigawatt of wind power for Europe, 480 gigawatt. 1 gigawatt is roughly one large fossil power plant or an atomic, or at least one block of an atomic power plant. So that's an enormous amount. At the moment we have 1.9, and this goal has been set for 2030. And by that time, we want to have large volumes of green hydrogen. And of course, if possible, we would like to do as much as possible in Europe and import as little as possible. So we are of the opinion that we need a very innovative and resilient wind sector. At present, all wind power manufacturers are making a loss wherever you look. Perhaps in China it's not so important, but for us it is important. So the question is why? Let me give you some data. At the moment, our wind power market is a very small market. It's smaller than it should be at the moment. And in 2021, F gigawatts of wind power were put into the grid instead of the 32 that we would need in order to achieve our goals. So we were roughly at 1/3 of what we should have. In the value-added chain, we see certain threats that's not dependent on the market size itself, but more on the fact that there are inflationary aspects in terms of several costs. There's a general inflation, but also we have inflation in terms of material prices. And it's a very important aspect to variabilize this so that we have inflation adjustment mechanisms in all agreements throughout the value-added chain. Typically, the projects are receiving low offers. At the present, this is not seen as particularly critical by politics. We see this as a normal market mechanism. And this will mean that at a whole level of the value-added chain will be making a loss. And then if we talk about growth, then this creates a difficult situation, because if you're asking people to invest despite losses, then you won't get many people willing to invest, at least not voluntarily. So that has to be spread more effectively. And I did mention that we have various supply chain effects which confront us. Let's not forget that in China we still have Corona, which is not helping things. In a nutshell, we are of the opinion that we do see that the prices for wind turbines should rise. In recent decades, we have seen tremendous technical developments where costs of wind power have fallen considerably, and today we have lower costs than power stations with fossil fuels. So I think a central aspect, what should be a central aspect, is to have a very strong and resilient European wind power sector. And what um, what needs to be done here? And let me make reference to what we are discussing with Mrs. von der Leyen at the moment. We must talk about the short-term market volume. So we need significantly accelerated approval procedures, because normal approval procedures in the onshore sector can by all means take 3 years or more. And if we're talking about offshore, then these procedures can take 7 years. Mrs. von der Leyen, 2 weeks ago, she was talking about reducing from 7 years to 1. So that would be a positive development. We should also ensure that in terms of options, in terms of wind farms, we should maintain a rational approach, because if the prices or auction prices drop too low, then this will ultimately lead to a non-resilient situation. We need a development plan. A development plan is different to a goal that we want to achieve, but we need a plan in terms of what steps we need to take to reach the goal. In terms of the auctions that will probably take place, I think we should establish additional criteria or include additional criteria in terms of how the contracts are awarded. In almost all areas of the world, we are confronted with content demands, so we must demand local value-added change, which sometimes are beyond economic reason. So I think today in Europe, and particularly in Germany, if we compare ourselves with other countries, we need to establish a level playing field. Sometimes we do not adhere to this level playing field. Raw material prices and stable supply chains are something where we must make sure that no barriers arise, and we must also work on the assumption that industry will try to compensate these subjects, but we don't need additional barriers. We need promotion of public financing, and we must look in particular at the question of whether, in terms of existing subsidy programs, in particular for the new development of turbines, perhaps we could also include other subsidies and funding within this framework. So you should bear in mind that wind power is something that has its origins in Europe, where we are technologically leading. And what comes from other parts of the world is often a copy of what we're doing. So let me emphasize that I do see a risk of the development being similar to in the solar section. We were leaders. We did a lot better than others, but at the end of the day, we were left with not much at all. And I think that's not a good thing, in particular against the current geopolitical background. Of course, we have to train and further develop employees. That doesn't need any particular explanation. But I think at the end of the day, we need a sector overarching consensus or throughout society in terms of energy security on basis of renewables. And this must become a social goal, which would ultimately mean that we would be able to use funding, but we would then have to ensure that we have goals that ensure employment in this sector, in particular in Europe. And today that's not the case. In fact, it's exactly the opposite. And if we look at recent publications, then we will see that there is a large number of companies, not necessarily us, who are migrating. But we are also confronted with pricing levels where, for example, a rotor blade, a long rotor blade from carbon fiber and glass fiber, a rotor blade is also being offered from India or other places. And the question is, do we really want that? So in summary, let me say that we should see wind power as the pillar of a sustainable energy supply. I think economically this is more than doable. In terms of goals and social goals, I have some questions in terms of whether we actually see things correctly at the moment or whether we need discussion in this respect. But I think in particular in Europe, we should establish framework conditions which enable us to have a strong basis for an energy supply based on renewables and where critical infrastructure is obtained from Europe. Thank you very much, Mr. Eickhart. So thank you very much for the fact that you have given us a comprehensive picture of the situation, because there's a lot of detail here and we have to really learn why this is not an automatic procedure. And one question to all forthcoming speakers, looking at the time, please keep your introductory statements as short as possible, because I really would like to get involved in a discussion with you. And it would be a pity if we just introduce ourselves. But let me see, opposite me, I can see Klaus Ernst. Welcome to you, Mr. Ernst. I'm sure that you are known to the public because you have had various roles in the Linke Left Party. At the moment, you're chairman of the Committee for Climate Protection and Energy. And in the preceding Parliament, you were responsible for business and energy. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Ernst. So let's carry on with Mrs. Kolak. And as I said, the National Association they are cooperative and cooperative banks. So this is thinking in a generation-based, sustainable. It is a sustainable business model that you have. And the question of financing sustainability really fits in with our subject today. So Mrs. Kolak, over to you. And please keep an eye on the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Knopf, for this friendly introduction, ladies and gentlemen, and especially, of course, dear Charlemagne Youth Prize laureates, because I think we owe these debates to you, to the next generation, and not only the debates, but also a call to action. Lord Mayor, you mentioned this venue. This venue does remind us of the era of industrialization, the old metal, this feel for a new departure. This is fantastic. If we could achieve this again, not only in Germany, but also in all of Europe, as Mrs. Beer said, to take more initiatives jointly to hand over an intact environment to the next generation. What can we as German cooperative banks do at the end of the day? Also, when you consider what industry representatives think, what are the societal requirements, what can be our contribution, and where do we consider ourselves to be problem solvers? This is a joint job that needs to be done jointly, and it's anything but trivial. There are three aspects that I would like to touch upon. First of all, investment. The second topic is the topic of conditions, frame conditions. And the third point is the shortage of skilled labor. This sounds, well, strange. How do you come with the scarcity of skilled labor now? Well, when we talk about it later, you will notice that this is one of the base preconditions for actually mastering this task. We can feel increasingly that energy security is the basis for ongoing economic growth. And if we do not have economic growth, then the industry ends up if it suffers disruptions, then it will cost jobs. Societal consequences can be expected all the way down to possible social unrest. All of this is important to know and remember. To stop and think, well, this is the whole context in which we have to take a look at this. The topic of investment, maybe my first highlight. If you depart from the assumption and look at the figures mentioned by the European Union, announced by the EU, up to 300 billion euros until 2030 need to be mobilized. This is a huge number. This is a gigawatt dimension when compared with the energy, and the state is of course called upon when it comes to infrastructures. But now comes the but. But the state can do it by itself. So private business has to mobilize a lot as well and take investment decisions. There is an example. You say, well, it seems very fragmented, but it actually produces quite a strong effect. Let's just focus on heating. We know that heating and hot water in private households makes for 80% of energy consumption. We know that. You can do something about it. And saving energy also helps. It also contributes to climate protection. But, and now comes the but again, 30% of CO2 emissions are accounted for by buildings. And there's so much heat loss, uninsulated walls, windows, roofs, doors, floors, old, over-dimensioned heating vessels, inefficient heat pumps. All of this unnecessarily drives the consumption of oil and gas. Over 50% of the heating systems are over 50 years old. The hot water consumption has grown exponentially. The prosperity of the past few decades has contributed to this. People want to have more space for living. Everyone needs more room. And all of this means more energy needed. And if we just look at the residential buildings and we want to refurbish them in energetic terms, then until 2045 you need €1 trillion. And I think we all have a feeling when you repair and refurbish, most people do not have the money readily available for such a refurbishment. At that point, we can help as banks, as cooperative banks, to accompany and co-finance this transformation. And we managed to do this very well. The cooperative banks in the KfW sponsorship program, we have handled 40% of the grants volume and accepted the risk for financing energy efficient building and refurbishment. And so far, investment is necessary, and to this end, you need an operational borrowing business. Second point, frame conditions. Nobody will invest if they don't find reliable frameworks. You have to know what are the grants paid over a longer period of time. And in so far, this is why medium and small-sized businesses call for reliability from the government. This reliability in frame conditions needs a real economy, needs, we as banks need it the same way. Financial market stability cannot be taken for granted, as we all know, since the financial crisis, the latest. Again, on the European level, there are many Basel regulations on the table, small to medium-sized banks that actually are deeply rooted with local business are hampered by a disproportional regulation and red tape. And another effect is, of course, the interest rate policy. Every morning we hear additional signals from the ECB, and we're very optimistic that we will soon see the implementation too, because the debates have already been done. Then the topic of stability. Just for the 30 million customers and the 18 million members, it is important to not actually decide against the backdrop of the insecurity and unknown frame conditions, considering the three-pillar model. This is really important to us. And let me talk about scarcity of skilled labor. In food service, in hospitality, at airports, you hear more and more people say we lack skilled labor. If all of this wants to be refurbished in terms of building transformation, then we need those skilled workers. So we're not only faced with the issue of supply chains, but also, and craftspeople have voiced their concerns for years about this too, we also lack skilled labor. So we need to create incentives, we have to provide continuous education, and again, the state is called for. So in summary, these three aspects. Please do not opt for more centralization, but rather think of having an eye on economic competitiveness. The EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in 2019 in a widely acclaimed speech said Europe needs to learn the language of power. And we know that this is of more importance and relevance today than ever before. But Europe must not please forget the language of the citizens and the language of business at the same time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kolak. I was very surprised to hear that half of heating systems are over 50 years old. Wow, that's something that surprises me. So if we talk about energy, organizers of this forum needs more energy in terms of time. How much time can we spend here? If I look at my watch, because really we would like to have a very good discussion, and could someone let me know, because I think I haven't got the program, but I think if I remember rightly, the program should then give us more time. So please, a polite request to readjust this clock. Mr. Ernst, welcome to you. It's not your fault, but talk back to the future. Very good. So this is like Harry Potter. So now we've got 1 hour and 19 minutes. So thank you very much for adjusting the clock. That makes things much easier. So over to you, Mr. Ernst, your introductory statement. I would not have been able to talk for 1 hour and 90 minutes. Thank you very much and warm welcome. Please apologize for me arriving late. I had a long journey today because I've come from Dubai and I was there for talking about energy. And please excuse me arriving late. But it wasn't the plane, but it was actually the German railway system. Otherwise, I would have been here on time. So, ladies and gentlemen, why Why was I in Dubai? Because energy is the subject today. And as one, of course, one reason is that, of course, we wish to switch to a decarbonized energy supply system. And what we're discussing in German Parliament at the moment is all happening very quickly. I have two hearings a week on proposed legislation, trying to accelerate everything. That's a good thing. But of course, we have other laws where we are trying to relieve the citizens, because this is due to the fact to what's going on with this terrible war in Ukraine, but also this is the result of government decisions, increase CO2 levies, which of course increase prices, and that in the current situation. So, of course, in Parliament, this is a very time-consuming matter at the moment. It's okay. We need the dynamism in this development. We need to get away from fossil fuels as quickly as possible, to expand wind power, to expand solar energy. Of course, that's a major topic at present. So allow me a comment on what someone said just now. Often it's companies that have relocated production abroad. They were not abroad from the start. This is a development, and of course this had something to do with prices, but perhaps we are now seeing that if we have interrupted supply chains due to the pandemic, and perhaps also due to the fact that we have distortions through war, so we must pay attention to ensuring that we don't actually complain about what we actually created ourselves. Porsche, an earthquake in Japan has meant Porsche is missing a part that's worth €2.50, and that's halting production. And they did all that just for €2.50. But of course, with the exception of one party who denies climate change, we are all in the same boat. But what is more important today is the question of energy security and the consequences of what we are going through, because on the one hand, we could perhaps assume that Russia will turn off the supply of gas or oil or whatever, but at the same time, in terms of energy security, because we are introducing sanctions where also, following my visit to Dubai, I'm of the opinion that we don't really know what we're doing. Recently, our committee had a hearing where we invited people from industries, from science, from associations, and they opened our eyes. For example, the glass industry said if they no longer had a supply of gas, and we still have insufficient quantities of glass, but without gas, we could not repair our systems because they would be destroyed, and you would have to throw away all the machinery with massive damage. Then I talked to the oil industry, and they said, well, without gas, our supply chains will not work from the outset. Many other aspects, steel, mechanical engineering, without gas, it's hard to imagine how they can function. But with the chemical industry, they said if they had to do without gas, they said the same thing. So we are actually playing with fire to a certain extent. And as my trip explained, and I will come to the figures, Professor Krebs and Professor Julian said to me, there's not even certainty in terms of what we are doing will harm us more than the Russians. It may not harm the Russians at all. Yesterday, I talked to the energy minister of Dubai. No, so it wasn't Dubai. It was from Abu Dhabi, the Emirates. And he said to me, and I've checked this, he said, we assume that the oil price will go up to could go up to $200 per barrel. And so then they tried to work out what that would mean. And the consequence would be, if the oil price was a year ago was 40 years, that would mean that Russia would only have to sell 20% of that volume to earn as much as it did beforehand. But if we had no oil, then the situation would be very difficult. You're all aware of the debates about a plant in the former GDR where there is one supply line from Russia, and if Russia stops delivering, then there would be no physical alternative to closing this plant, because it would not be physically possible to import and can carry on the plant through other supply channels. And this, the airport in Brandenburg and the whole supply of energy to Brandenburg is related to this. So if I look at what politics are going on doing today, we're jumping from the high board, but we've not checked whether there's any water in the pool below us. And the water that needs to go in the pool are the alternatives that we need to assess before we get involved in such a risky policy. Of course, the war is terrible, and we have to take measures to ensure that the war ends as quickly as possible. Everyone agrees on that. But we are not in agreement in terms of the measures. But the measures that we're taking, the measures will affect our citizens more than the Russians. So I consider this policy to be a disaster. And we talked about the measures for employees. What does it mean if we no longer have a supply of energy, if we have such distortions in industry? Of course. In part, we have this situation already through inflation. One medium-sized company from Bavaria in our committee said the prices that they now have to pay for their energy-intensive operation, the prices are so high that he will no longer be able to invest in future in Germany, but in other countries like America, where the energy supply is cheaper. So what have we done? So we have to be very careful in terms of what we do here. Now, let's perhaps to a not so positive aspect. Mr. Habeck was traveling in the same area as me. Okay, I wasn't by myself. I took a member of the CDU, CSU with me so that they could hear the same things and would not accuse me of talking rubbish. Our experience was the same. For example, we were told that in Abu Dhabi, we were told by the responsible minister, but to date, he's not had any inquiries from a German company in terms of perhaps buying more oil. So if we don't get oil from the Russians, then we have to get the oil from somewhere else. It's the companies in Germany. It's the companies that buy. It's not like some countries where this is all government organized, but no, not one company has been to Dubai and said, we want something from you so that we can stop taking from the Russians. So what type of situation is this? So we must be cautious. So let me come to positive aspects. If we look at Siemens, many German companies that I've spoken to are standby in terms of hydrogen production, and that's good. New procedures are being developed. I've not heard about them all, and sometimes I'm surprised by what I hear. But Siemens and the Siemens Group, or M. Mannesmann, companies operating down there are very involved in this subject. And the Arabs, in particular the Emirates, are highly interested in working with us. They don't just want to sell us something, they want us to invest there. So we are prepared to invest, but we have to actually want. They will let us invest, but we need to want to invest. So we wouldn't, perhaps that would give us the money that Siemens would need to invest in new wind turbines. So there is the market is very dynamic. And the second fact, in terms of what may be supplied in hydrogen, must be green. It won't be green from the start. It will still contain some CO2 and will be produced with some CO2, but that we will move to pure hydrogen. So that's not such a bad thing, because in terms we have to increase hydrogen, and we need infrastructure, we need demand, and perhaps in the first phase it's important just to have the hydrogen, and then as a second phase we have to think about where does it come from and how do we produce it. It must be green, but perhaps in the interim we will have to use some hydrogen that is not completely green, but that we can use and that will enable German industry to function. But be careful. We're not the only country going to the Arabs. Other countries are going down there and want to buy. And if we've not even, apart from the business minister, who, if we don't make agreements with the companies through the companies that are affected, then we have to be very worried about the future. So that brings me to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ernst. As the moderator, I'm very pleased if we have different opinions up here on the stage, and I think that will be the case today. Now, Mrs. Grevy, if you allow me,
of the European Parliament a chance to answer directly, briefly to this before we get to you, if that's okay with both of you. Ja, Frau Beer, bitte.
Ja gut, ich habe es jetzt nicht nur als Frage an mich verstanden.
Nein.
Well, I didn't understand it as a question for myself, but for others. But let me use the opportunity to pick this up. The question that not every single company tries to buy is that we in Europe have formed a joint purchasing platform, but you can use it, you can leverage it. You do not have to use it, but you can leverage it. And what I hear from other countries is that otherwise the big players like Germany will actually buy everything and it will no longer be a level playing field. And this is why it makes more sense to pool the demand, but to jointly also accompany it through the exchange of infrastructure. You rightly mentioned hydrogen. We have the joint hydrogen strategy, and the point is now that we also make the existing infrastructure fit, the gas pipelines for this. And this is part of a longer-term view, because the investment we need here cannot be done from public households alone. We will also have to attract private funds. It will have to be converted into a business model to make things affordable, make money available that can be invested in this technology. And this is why it does make sense to ponder on this jointly. And Germany should play its part, how we can actually create an open strategy for Europe. This will help everyone in Europe, not only the Germans. And this is why I would actually encourage to actually look beyond your own backyard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernst. You will provide an answer later. Now we move to the final member of the panel, Ida Krevi from the European Investment Bank, who have to pay everything. Welcome to you. Mrs. Krevi, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the allowing me to speak here, and very good morning to the audience. From our point of view at EIB, this conference comes at a terrible moment. There's so much uncertainty, huge human suffering, and concern with the Russian brutal invasion into Ukraine. There are also we see opportunities in this situation if you can see any, and this is exactly the topic of today. Let me just very briefly salute the three exceptional ladies who will get the Charlemagne Prize. I'm very happy to see that people who are defending their lives, defending democracy with their lives and liberties at stake are recognized. That is, we really owe them some gratitude and appreciation. Now in Europe, it's very clear that the need to protect our sovereignty and autonomy is more urgent than ever. If it was not clear before, it is very clear now. And now this war had made it very clear that those investments, the huge investments that we need to become independent from Russian or fossil fuels, not only Russian, but any fossil fuels, will help us solve at the same time or improve at least the biggest long-term problem that faces humanity, which is the climate change. And first and foremost, this means constructing green energy infrastructure for solar and for wind, power grids, storage facilities, but also LNG terminals that can later also be used for green hydrogen. That condition is quite important in our view. And as it has been said here, it's the entire European Union who is facing this challenge, and we should therefore also act together. A united European Union has much greater purchasing power vis-à-vis its suppliers. And one thing all EU countries would greatly benefit from is better connectivity in their power grids, so that when wind power, for example, there are lulls in certain regions, it can be imported. And we saw, by the way, another advantage of connectivity just a week and a half ago when Russia cut the electricity supply to Finland, that's just my country. They were able to replace it very smoothly by a little bit more imports from Estonia and Sweden, because the Nordic-Baltic region has got a very high connectivity already with their grids. So we Europeans, we should invest massively in energy efficiency. This has been said by former panelists already. We could do that, for example, by combining subsidy programs from governments with loans from development banks, such as EIB. We could also use others, such like KfW, so that we don't pay the whole bill. But the scale of investment that is required, it far exceeds what government sector can do alone, or should even do. So we need the private sector, we need the capital markets, and this is where EIB can also be of help. Because we are the bank of the EU member states, we can actually borrow quite at attractive terms from the financial markets, and hence we can also lend at attractive terms, especially when it is about long-term loans. But another strength of EIB, which is maybe a little less well known, is that we don't just employ bankers, we also have a huge number of engineers, biologists, etc., who can and do analyze and judge which projects and technologies are promising, including from an environmental perspective, which is very important for us. So when we finance a project, other people usually dare to jump in because they see that, okay, EIB has looked through this and it should be fine. And one good example in this area is the development of floating wind farms. The idea is quite simply put wind turbines on floating, oil drilling platforms that can be anchored. And the advantage here is that they can supply wind power in any country, even those which have a very steeply sloping coasts, and then serve as baseload power plants. Because the conventional offshore wind turbines, they cannot be built in very deep waters for obvious reasons. One of these first projects was a wind farm off the coast of Portugal, which we have financed. Two more have been built off the Scottish coasts, and now France and Spain are planning similar projects as well. And the project, the potential here of this technology is enormous. It's estimated that once we can use this technology on an industrial scale, which is not yet today the case, it can produce more electricity than is consumed today worldwide. So we are talking about enormous things here. And I mentioned that capital markets are needed. We can see movement into the right direction there. You may know that EIB issued the first green bonds 15 years ago, 2007. We were pioneers, but we were probably thought by some people at least to be barking mad. But last year alone, the green bonds, the social bonds, and sustainability bonds, which combine the green and social, the new issuance of all of these products was about 1 trillion euros already. So this means that there is enough of debt in our markets to raise also money for and capital for the necessary investments. So we at EIB, we think that we Europeans together, we can accomplish a lot and a great deal to become independent from Russian oil and gas, anybody's oil and gas, and to slow down climate change at the same time. So I'm looking forward to the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
what I would like to do is carry on with the hottest subject being discussed today. If Mr. Ernst says, Mrs. Kolak, that it's perhaps not such a good idea to stop taking energy from Russia because we are in fact cutting off our own nose. If you look at this politically, is doing things differently than we intend actually a genuine alternative, because we can't just carry on with the Russians as in the past. So as Mario Draghi has once said, if we look around at what's going on in Ukraine, we must do whatever it takes.
I can actually rate this from the economic dimension. The political decision makers should actually do their part to judge this. When you look at it as an entrepreneur, I think it is important that we try to reduce dependencies, regardless of what kind of dependency, because there's not only Russia, China. By the same token, there are one or two details. Dysprosium, neodymium, praseodymium, all of this is needed, and 65% of these materials are needed for electrical motors, and this comes from China and is being imported. 60% of the lithium cobalt production that we need for batteries hail from Congo. You may say, oh, good to know. No, China holds 90% of these mines in Congo. Of course, this is dramatic because we face this misery and this violation of international law during the war, but we have to become more independent in summary in Europe, and every entrepreneur is well advised to reduce dependencies, and this requires dependable and reliable frame conditions.
But the framework conditions, Mrs. Baer, are no longer reliable.
Ich glaube, wir müssen 2 Punkte an dem Punkt schauen. Sie haben völlig recht. Meines Erachtens rächt sich jetzt hier auch, dass Europa nie wirklich intensiv daran gearbeitet hat, eine gemeinsame Außen- und Sicherheitspolitik zu haben, mit einer gemeinsamen starken Stimme auch aufzutreten, gerade auch mit Blick auf Fragen wie Menschenrechte, wie Arbeitsbedingungen und anderes. Das heißt, hier rächt sich, dass wir unseren hohen Vertreter eben nicht als tatsächlichen Außenminister ausgestaltet haben, mit einem entsprechenden Mandat durch die Mitgliedstaaten, in dem er dann aber auch auftreten kann, wo er nicht jedes Mal zurücklaufen muss und dann braucht es wieder Wochen, bis irgendein Sanktionspaket geschnürt ist, sondern wo man eine klare quasi Mandatierung hat, ähnlich wie wir das ja auch für einen Kanzler, eine Kanzlerin in der Bundesrepublik Deutschland halten. Da laufen dann 27 einzeln rum und ich weiß, wie die Reaktionen bei den Balten, gerade auch bei den Mittelosteuropäern waren, nach dem Motto Habeck, ist dann jetzt in Katar, kann man auch drüber diskutieren, also China, Russland, ob ich jetzt unbedingt von Katar abhängig sein muss, aber das ist nochmal eine andere Ebene. Also ich glaube, da rächt sich und das müssen wir jetzt schnellstmöglich machen. Ich sage nur mal entre parenthèse, dass genau das zum Beispiel ein Thema, ein ganz, ganz wichtiges Thema für Bürgerinnen und Bürger bei der Zukunftskonferenz war, die jetzt gerade am 9. Mai geendet hat, wo der Punkt war, Leute, ihr müsst da handlungsfähig sein, wir sind nicht auf der Höhe der Zeit, wir ducken uns immer noch im Windschatten der Amerikaner weg und genau deswegen muss man meines Erachtens das Bild auch größer aufziehen an dem Punkt und ja, in der Ukraine wird auch unsere Freiheit verteidigt und deswegen sage ich, geht es mir schon zu langsam auszusteigen, nach wie vor eben Geld in Putins Kriegskasse zu überweisen. Ich glaube, wir müssen mit dem Sanktionspaket, aber eben auch mit einem Energieembargo so schnell wie möglich das System Putin trockenlegen. Wir müssen auch diplomatischen Druck machen auf die, die noch nicht dabei sind, Indien, China, andere, die Sanktionskette zu schließen, weil nur so wird dieser Krieg so schnell wie möglich gestoppt werden können. Und gleichzeitig müssen wir dann eben auch die Abhängigkeiten, die wir in der Vergangenheit haben, entstehen lassen. Und mit Verlaub, die Deutschen vorneweg. Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, gerade Nord Stream 2 war ja nie europäisch eingebettet. Ich habe das immer kritisiert an der Stelle. Herr Ernst verteidigt das wahrscheinlich heute noch. Ich glaube, dass genau da die Fehler gemacht worden sind, weil das natürlich auch den Druck draus genommen hat, auch im Bereich Innovation, andere Möglichkeiten zu finden, verschiedenste Energiequellen zu haben, die wir dann eben auch kombinieren kombinieren können, verschiedenste Lieferanten und Zusammenarbeit zu haben. Da müssen wir, lieber Herr Ernst, dann eben auch noch mal über das Thema Freihandelsabkommen sprechen, warum wir da als Europäer nicht gut genug aufgestellt sind, weder Richtung Asien noch Richtung Amerika und Südamerika. Selbst Kanada nicht ratifiziert im Deutschen Bundestag. Also das sind alles Sachen, die dann mit in dieses größere Bild einzubeziehen sind. Das muss man noch sagen.
Herr Eickhoff.
So ein Weltkonzern wie Siemens ist ja fast wie so ein kleiner Staat. Sie haben wirtschaftliche Interessen einerseits, die Sie natürlich im Auge behalten müssen, aber Sie sind
Eben auch ein
You are responsible to all stakeholders, and of course, you have to act politically. And Siemens has taken a very clear decision in terms of Russia. Yes, let me say one thing in advance. Our company is not Siemens, and it's not Siemens Energy, but of course, Siemens has a major stake in our company. The situation is very difficult in terms of Russia, because we cannot forget that there were times where Siemens was bigger in Russia than in Germany. And some of our company founders found very strong roots in Russia. And so, at least in terms of economic relationships, perhaps this is a highly regrettable situation that has developed. But nevertheless, the situation is as it is, and we must deal with it. We have high responsibility for our employees. Our employees are our number one priority, so we pay great attention to ensuring that all evacuation measures are carried out. But of course, the development is highly regrettable. Mr. Ernst, yes, as Mrs. Beer said, you say on your website that you were completely against ending Nord Stream 2. At least that's an opinion that is contrary to the general opinion that now prevails. But perhaps you could say something about that. Then I would ask you specifically the question is, on the one hand, what you said is understandable, but you are a politician. And if you look at what's going on in Ukraine, is it sufficient to say this is against international law? If we look at the pictures from Mariupol, and at the same time you say we still need Russian energy. Yes, of course, that's a question that arises. Let's talk about Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 was constructed based on the idea that gas demand would increase. We can see the huge demand from China. That's why the prices were rising even before this war. Yes, that's the market mechanism. And as we knew that if you move away from coal, then I think for at least for 20 or 30 years, the demand for gas will be higher than what we have now. Well, if we look at companies like Siemens, if companies like Siemens invest in these levels, then they will think about whether this is worthwhile or not. Companies don't act illogically. I assumed that this gas pipeline was needed because the gas supply is for not just for Germany, but also for Europe. But Eastern Europeans were never interested in saying we don't want Russian oil or Russian gas. They said we don't want this pipeline because they wanted the fees for the other pipelines that were supplying Europe. They weren't saying we won't want Russian gas. They said you are building a pipeline and we will no longer get fees. But okay, the situation is very different now. But the decision to build the pipeline was correct. And I get the impression that today, if we perhaps we were to have the same catastrophic political development for the past 30 years. I can't think about what would have happened if we'd thought the same 30 years ago. I think as Europeans, we're doing quite well, and our prosperity has been based on energy that's been affordable. we will have we would have had a completely different situation in Germany if energy had been so much more expensive, and that's the concern for the future. Building Nord Stream 2 was correct, but if we now say we should punish all those who were in favour, I would never do this, because at the time the decision was correct. And Mrs. Beer, I think it's correct. We have a different situation. We must move away from fossil energy. That's nothing to do with Russia. But of course, at the same time, we must reduce our dependency on Russia. But we must make sure that we don't establish new dependencies. And based on my limited knowledge, the world has grown so close together. Do you think that in Germany or in Europe we can solve these problems by ourselves? Do we think that we can survive without Russia or China in the long term? We can reduce to zero CO2, but if others, if there are 100 coal-powered plants are under consideration, and if we say, well, we're reasonable, that doesn't mean that the others are automatically reasonable. We can only succeed if we cooperate and to create a win-win situation. Otherwise, the situation won't work. We won't achieve our goals. So let's look at Putin's war chest. I would agree with you. If we had a low lockdown for 2 weeks and said, okay, let's stop everything and the war will be over, well, I would agree with you, but that's not going to happen. That's why I'm saying these measures are counterproductive, because they don't affect Putin's war chest. And this has been confirmed by people presenting to our committee. They are saying Putin benefits from these measures. So let's talk about the oil price. If the oil price is higher and Putin has to sell just 25% to achieve what he earned before, then even if he sells cheaper, then he will still have the same money as in the past. Is that good? No. Then I want a means of putting pressure on Russia to end the war. And the New York Times recently said we should talk about solutions. But looking at the question of energy, if we have the type of sanctions that we have now, and say Russia doesn't abide by its agreements, but then we don't need to be surprised if we don't abide by the rulings. Then we can't be surprised if Russia doesn't abide by its obligations. So Russia is not selling the oil just for fun. We must ensure that this whole discussion is conducted with less justified anger. Do you really think that when I see these pictures, I think differently to anybody else here? But we must think about what we're doing. If we don't like what someone else is saying, we don't punch ourselves in the face. And that's what we're doing with the energy policy. So let's get reason into this debate. Talk about the oligarchs. In many countries are imposing more sanctions on them than us. We've all read the statistics. Even France is doing more again about them, but we're not doing anything. So we must find a way of hitting them and not ourselves, and that must be our objective. And
Finland. Do you have a take on this, which is maybe personal in a way, not in any way connected to your job?
I have some, yes.
Yeah, it's around here. It's there. Yeah.
Is this on?
Yes.
So actually I do have some, so we will deviate from the script a little bit here.
Yeah. Well, that's great.
So Finland already suffered hugely economically when the Soviet Union collapsed, because our economy had been totally biased towards trades with them. And since then, since the early 1990s, we have been trying to diverse the economy in all possible ways, including energy from Russia. So today we are not suffering very much. They already cut the oil. We don't care. We can buy it elsewhere. It was pretty small anyways. They cut off the electricity a week and a half ago when we sent in the application to NATO. Like I said, we bought a little more from Sweden and Estonia, friendly neighbors. And if they cut even the gas, I mean, it's not going to be a whole lot because, for example, households in Finland, they only use gas up to 1% for their heating needs. So we have been diversifying quite successfully already for 30 years, and I can really recommend the same regime for anybody else. And if I may just add there that, yes, it is true, these arguments that Putin can easily sell things elsewhere or sell it at a higher price. Oil is easy. If a tanker is not coming to Rotterdam, it can go to Shanghai. But believe me, the Chinese will pay the top dollar for that oil. That's first thing. They will negotiate and hard. But gas is the key because gas goes to pipelines, and you don't build pipelines from one day to the other. If the Europeans don't bring in the gas, they will have a tough time selling it elsewhere. LNG, yes, but you need to liquefy at the beginning and you need to have the terminals at the end. So that is not so easy either. So gas actually would be a very efficient tool against Putin, much more so than oil actually. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, indeed. It's not so easy, the situation with gas. Mrs. Bear, you told me before this discussion that even Israel is discussing about how they can continue with gas. And you talked about what they're doing, and I think in Germany we're now talking about placing the emphasis more on coal, as Mr. Habeck said yesterday. And for a long time, I was the correspondent for the Frankfurter Allgemeine, and I spent many days underground, and I experienced the end, and I looked at the video, so how how the final mine was closed in the presence of the German president, and I think the FDP thought this was quite good because there was a lot of subsidies going in. But was this a mistake at the end of the day?
I think we have to make sure that we get an energy mix that guarantees independence. Later, the investment and the investment required for actually opting out of coal as a fossil fuel was right. We're just actually confronted with a different time setting because this unilateral dependency on Russia, of course, gas is better than coal, but it's still a fossil fuel at this point. So it was to serve as a transition technology, as an intermediate technology in addition to wind energy and solar energy, to also promote the hydrogen strategy, which was thought not only for Germany but also for Europe. And it requires infrastructure. Now we will have to see how we can focus on individual components of the energy mix against the backdrop of this roadmap, this timeline. And you have to make a distinction between short, medium, and long term. Israel, with its gas deposits, of course, could be a partner to replace gas by gas. I think you are right. We have to hit Putin with oil and gas, but we will also have to see how we can help partners with the required invest, building pipelines that do not exist yet, or whether you want to liquidify and use LNG to ship it. So this is, of course, investment that is not done in the short term. For 2 or 3 years, it wouldn't pay off. This is the type of investment that forces us to enter into energy partnerships that will actually produce systems and installations that are also suitable for hydrogen. Or we say this is part of the energy network in view of electricity. I think that these are projects that are faster to realize, to actually establish the missing link via Greece and Cyprus to bring the energy to the mainland, the European mainland. And we will have to discuss our energy mix. And you have to be allowed to deliver everything. Other people, other countries are looking to Germany and saying, why are you opting out of nuclear energy before you opt out of coal-fired power plants? I think that nuclear energy as such is probably outdated, but the fission aspect is interesting. It would promise safe industry. The first test reactors are being commissioned, and honestly speaking, these are models where other countries have already charted the path, the course earlier. We have the ITER research and initiatives, but when I look at the more recent research results with magnetic reactors, this seems to be an outdated technology. I would like to compare this with the new laser technology available, and then think about everything. And if we want to ensure, Mr. Ernst, that we have availability and affordability as a sideline of sustainability.
Den Weg kommen.
Yeah, I think that these taboos will end. I think we're 10 years away from market launch, but you said that you would like to carry on.
I would like to hone in on what Mrs. Beer said, all of the bridge technologies, and to accept fossil fuels as a way to transformation. There are family-owned businesses that are faced with the task of for securing jobs with the existing business model to actually have to gain the money for investment in transition. You actually ask for it, take it for granted, but when you then actually juxtapose this with 800 pages of taxonomy requirements, EU taxonomy, this is a volume, a huge volume that describes in a technical manner and defines what is green and what isn't green. And look at the scientific debates about the differentiation. When you talk about nuclear energy, we say, the colleague just said it, we need accelerated approval procedures. Why are the Finns so advanced in this field? How can we avoid the red tape and take a hands-on approach? And instead of going for a demonization of technology at times. Sorry, guys, we have to go beyond this. A way with thinking bends. I'm talking about an entrepreneur. He wants to, a publisher, he wants to actually want to actually digitalize, and he says, I have customers who want to have their newspaper at 6 a.m. in the morning, and they pay for the subscription, and I need those guys to be able to invest in new digitalization technologies. So please never forget about this in the debates. So please involve us in the debates. Let's please be pragmatic, but choose an ambitious roadmap, but do not actually use too many details. There's a rule of thumb. 10% come from the state and 90% of investment come from private business. And this is SMEs in Germany. And they should have the frame conditions that they can act with. And of course, as we're also representing these people as banks.
If we talk about these flexible framework conditions, of course, the big companies can benefit from this. Yes, okay.
There's nobody against this. I'm with you there. we have to use this opportunity now to actually check all of the regulatory tools, not because we will not achieve the transition goals. Digitalization will also be a tool. I already had this impression that we simply do not have the right toolbox, and keep it simple is the job. My experience is that there are more and more parameters added with more and more complicated instructions, and this will not end up with better climate change or improvement, but that we should rather go for tools that the entrepreneurs know to handle. And a very good rule of thumb is what SMEs cannot handle is probably too complex anyway. So we need to be free to really check the complete toolbox, simply because we want to actually have to advance quicker with the Green Deal. Because at the end of the day, each euro that an SME, that an entrepreneur does not have to pay for regulation or regulatory supervision must not be paid by a taxpayer's euro.
Mr. Eickholt, you've been saying all along, you can see that we're moving closer towards your area. In your introductory statement, you provided a list of things that you consider should be done better. Now, we're talking about everything that we now have to concern ourselves with, and much of this has been in the conjunctive. Do you have the feel that there are changes? Has something changed in the last 4 or 5 weeks in terms of your discussions with politicians, in terms of the wishes that you've expressed? Do you sense any change, or if you're honest, not yet? Well, on the factual basis, I would say not yet. The indications that we've received, if we can believe what we're being told, of course, if Mrs. von der Leyen talks about international projects, reducing the approval time from 7 to 1, then that's a very good aspect. But if at the same time I hear that even Bavaria is improving or improving its approvals, that's a good situation. That doesn't bring new projects or new orders yet. We have not yet seen the benefits yet, but there are signs, and there are at the moment the people developing the projects don't have more orders. But if we want to see, we can see that this development is something that should be encouraged, and we can see in terms of technology, of course, if technology exists, we need the energy to make the function. And in terms of the original plans that we had for Germany, I think we are now at 10%, we've realized 10% of what we wanted to realize in terms of electricity highways, 10% of where we would have liked to have been today. So I don't think we can expect tremendously fast progress. And I think this is a very difficult point. I think that we must improve implementation. We must change our approval procedures, and we must have a situation where there is a serious project pipeline that will be implemented. In many cases, there are major projects, but I think what the rest of the world can do must be possible for us. It is possible, we just have to want it. And in my opinion, this is something where we are having problems at the moment. We have very good intentions in many areas, but we must actually put these into practice. We seem to be finding this very difficult, and that's what I'm seeing at the moment. So if at the moment you would like to establish climate change in terms of the last 10 weeks. No real change yet. Mr. Ernst, you've been writing a lot down, and I'm sure that you have a different opinion. So let me encourage you to express yourself. Yes, if I come to your objection, during a hearing in our committee for climate protection and energy, we dealt with the subjects in terms of achieving accelerated approval procedures. Your association should have said, no, that's not good what you're doing, but they said what you're doing is great. So why did you defend it? The Russians were not present, but I think your association, other people said, great. Then it was other people who were saying, well, what about biodiversity? Is that not important anymore in terms of the energy terminals that we want to build in the Baltic Sea? So I would say other people said, what about possibilities of objections? But all this, I can't expect the next generation to deal with this. The atomic energy is the most expensive that we could have, so that's why I'm not in agreement. Then we said liquefy gas. In terms of liquefying gas, yes. If we don't send it through the pipeline, we have to liquefy it, otherwise we can't get it. But if we do this, this will affect all countries in the same way, and including us. And our problem, and let me come back now to my main subject, if we want to move away from these supplies, we need the infrastructure before we turn the tap off, because we need time to build a pipeline. Even Mr. Habeck drew attention to this. You can't just switch electricity off and the next day you have the infrastructure for the alternative. We must first of all have to think about how can we get the gas that we need into our country before we take other measures. And I think that's the right approach. No, I'm not against exiting these dependencies, but I have to carry out certain measures beforehand so that I know what will happen when I jump from the high board. And one very important point, I'm not sure whether this was meant as I understood it, but does anyone really believe that as Germany or even Europe, we will be independent of energy imports? All the experts I've talked to say this is impossible. Even electricity, electrification, talking about the computers, we will have increased energy requirements. So, of course, we are dependent on energy imports, and we must diversify them and structure them so that they work. But the idea, even the Greens have moved away from this idea. They know that we can't build all these wind turbines, and we can't have the photovoltaic systems that we need. And even if we did, it would take time. So for a transitional period, we need energy from other sources, and in the long term, we need a good energy supply. In the Arabian world, for example, they have permanent sunshine. Of course, that's an energy source. And there's a belt around the earth where we have a lot of wind, a lot of sun. And these countries produce renewable energies. They can be produced green, photovoltaic, wind turbines, hydrogen, ammonium, which is easier to transport than hydrogen. All these things are in the pipeline. And they have to be done, but I think we have to do them one after the other, and not all at once. Let's talk about human rights. Where in Dubai, it wasn't that democratic.
This is what I said when I talked about the MENA region.
The question is, we need the right energy source, but perhaps, of course, I see the situation as very critical at the moment. We're offsetting one form of evil against another. I don't see the possibility of going in a direction where we cannot obtain energy from these countries where human rights are neglected. But even in these countries, even in these countries things have improved very slowly. For example, in the Qatar parliament, in the parliament of the Emirates, 50% of the MPs are women. That's more than the situation in Germany. As an aside, they've not been elected, but they're there. So things are changing. But we must avoid saying that we are all good and they are all bad. We must act in our own interest. We must take advantage and not just switch off.
Freihandelsabkommen.
I will tell the government that you're in favor of more free trade agreements now.
We're not talking about it with free trade. We're talking about the judicial systems. I've read the. Okay. The one thing is they're not related things. A neutral observer would say, why can't we come to an agreement with Canada? Now to the audience, you are welcome to ask your questions, but I know that Mrs. Crevi would first like to say something in this respect.
Thank you. Just wanted to comment on a couple of points. First, I totally agree that we need to look after our own interests, but I probably disagree a bit how we do that. Energy independence, can we reach that? For the whole Europe, I really can't judge. I know that my country is going to be energy efficient more or less by the end of this year. So we do it either through nuclear or through wind energy. Both have been built quite to a large extent in the last 2 years. But the thing here is that affordable energy is very important for growth. But when energy is too affordable, people waste energy. And I mean, at least half of this room, I think, can remember the energy crisis of the 70s. I can. Back then, any little family car consumed at least 10 liters of gasoline per 100 kilometers, more if you went below the small Volkswagen. Few years after the oil crisis, any car was halving that consumption. So when it was only about money, we were able to save energy. But so maybe we should forget about Mr. Putin, maybe we should forget about green transition, because these topics are very passionate, and just think about saving money. Then we can all agree, right? Energy efficiency is not talked about enough. I mean, our whole economy has been wasting energy. We did not make people pay enough for it. We didn't provide any incentives to do that. We heard that heating system, for example, are sort of from the dinosaur era, more or less. That cannot be. And people live maybe in too warm apartments and can do something about that. So we should not just think about that this is a problem. This is actually also an opportunity. And may I just say that when we talk about costs, now I'm going to be a little bit obnoxious, I'm sorry, but if we talk about this being it's bad for economy and we can't and we shouldn't and it's very costly, apart from the opportunities, I can also remind you that 200 years ago, people were talking about abolishing slavery. No, we can't. It's too costly. If you have to pay your employees, everybody is going to be bankrupt. Well, I say if somebody went bankrupt, we could probably all can say today, good riddance. So it's just something that we have to adapt to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there questions from the audience? I would be surprised if there were no questions, because this was a very lively discussion with lots of differing views on the various topics. So are there any questions from the audiences? Comments? Yes, I can. Please introduce yourself and perhaps say who you are working for. I'm Alex Anstopoulitis. I'm from the Young European Federation, Greece. Thank you very much for the interesting comments. First question, what I would like to say is, I have a slightly different view. In Europe, for roughly 15 years, we've developed a tradition amongst the member states whereby if they don't adhere to reasonable budget laws or to the rule of law. They are sanctioned or obliged to introduce reforms. And at present, we are all well aware that some European countries, at least since 2008, at least some European member states are have a very unfriendly and non-solidary energy policy, and they will continue so. And this limits our economic and diplomatic room for maneuver. And we know that this will affect many people. And if perhaps in the future, based on an irresponsible and insufficiently ambitious environmental policy, we will have a major problem. So my question is to myself and to you all, on the one hand, why is our energy and environmental policy treated differently to the economic policy, to budget policy and rule of law, where we introduce sanctions or oblige countries to reform? Or can this situation be changed in the short term? Mrs. Beer?
Sehr gerne, weil ich glaube,
I'd love to, because I think we're in the middle of this process. Like you, I lamented that the conditions linked to the issue of European bonds, of European funds, that they were not linked to the reform efforts made by European states. Otherwise, we could have actually risen to some of the challenges in the EU. Now, with the new term of office, we've been able to focus on this. Under the roof of the Green Deal, the conditions for the various grants and funds to be issued to member states have been reorganized. Also, the recovery package, especially for the green transition, there are specific conditions. At least 37% of the money awarded in the recovery fund must be given to green projects, and we really make sure that the infrastructure investments that we actually establish missing connectors. I'm thinking of what the Iberian Peninsula, what does not reach us via France, and I think that all of these areas are being addressed, whether this is the conditions of the green transition, or whether it's the rule of law, or whether it's budget consolidation, or labor markets, for instance. I think we take this seriously now, and we're really doing this now. In some measures, we will have to make sure that we get international connectivity, because this affects our industry. If we decarbonize at our end, we also have to create a level playing field on an international scale. Because we need certificates trade and international certificates trading. They're good signals from the US. You have to get the Chinese on board so that you don't need CBAM as a support mechanism. But you're absolutely right. We could have been faster. But I think that the tools have been sharpened in the meantime, and that we will improve.
Ich hatte das Gefühl, Sie
Mr. Ernst, you seem to be indicating you wanted to say something. Yes, of course. There must be a balance between climate protection, environmental protection on the one hand, and economic efficiency on the other hand. I think at the moment, at least in the short term, we're going in the wrong direction. Because if we are burning more coal, then we will probably not achieve the environmental targets. So let me recall what I've said. I think we have a situation in the world, it is as it is, and how do we improve it? On the one hand, by creating the preconditions where countries are in a position we can invest in climate protection and reduce CO2 emissions. At the same time, we can engage in trade and exchange, at least certainly in terms of environmental protection, and we can encourage other countries to follow the same route. We have to provide them with the technology to be able to do this. Then economy and business makes sense. It makes no sense if we say we will take employees from other countries and stop them producing properly. No, that's not correct. We must have a balanced situation. This is like for example, the way is to cooperate and to have common goals. And of course, we must not forget people. We mustn't forget the social aspects. At the moment, we have price increases that oblige the government to provide compensation to people because otherwise they could no longer be mobile or heat their apartments. Okay, perhaps driving their car less is climate friendly, but some people need their car to get to work. And perhaps I don't want to spoil people who have not so much money. I don't want to stop them going to the sea at the weekend. But of course, we must take people with us in terms of environmental policy, but we must not do it such that we disadvantage those without money who have to restrict themselves, and others with more money carry on as in the past. But we must enable them to afford the technology within their own homes that make them more climate friendly. So this aspect is very important, because one fear that I have is if we don't pay attention to this, we will lose people on the way to greater climate friendliness. And if we lose them, then it will be more difficult to assert our goals. Let me talk about the election in Kaiserslautern. The Alternative for Deutschland said, we'll save diesel, and others say, we will save the climate, and we lost. Talking about, I think negative interest will resolve itself very quickly. Any further questions? The gentleman in the blue shirt.
I'm Sarah Pinji. I'm the...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm the European Charlemagne Prize winner of 2019, and I have a question. Before we were talking about the crisis of Ukraine. My question is very simple. As stakeholders, why Europe is taking solutions, only is thinking to take solutions, of course, after crisis and not before. In Italy, we used to say prevention is better than cure. So why we are thinking as Europeans thinking to be much more independent now instead of before? Of course, energy economics and energy politics, it's a hot topic in European Union. So this is my question. Why we are curing after and not taking prevention before? Thank you.
Why don't you start?
Well, thank you for the question, and belated congratulations for your prize. I don't think at the higher political level I don't have the answer to that, but I think it's human nature. It's not only in Europe, this happens elsewhere, and even at the micro scale. I mean, if people are being told that, well, you know, it would be good if you, for example, lowered the temperature in your house because it would be good for environment, you saved energy, said, yeah, I'm sure it would be good, but it's so nice and comfortable here. But then when you have your electricity bill tripling, then all of a sudden you are interested. So I don't really have a bigger explanation to that than I think this is just a dynamic and things tend to happen. But also I have to say that in EU we are talking about 27 countries. Every country has several parties. I mean, it would be a miracle if there was any unanimity very easily at any time before or during crisis.
Darf ich da reinspringen, weil ich würde nicht...
May I jump in? I would never give up to believe in this miracle. I have the same demand like you. This is the reason why I changed my office in Brussels for an office in Brussels and Strasbourg. It's unacceptable. that we do not actually make it fit for the future. And Europe is not fit for the future. We're too slow. We're not up to date in terms of innovative power, and especially in the ability to act. We're lagging behind. In our societies, we are far more advanced than in our institutions. And the proof of the pudding is the result of the future and the Conference of Future. We've worked for 1.5 years, cooperated with many citizens. There were regional parliamentarians, European parliamentarians. There were governments represented, both from the regional authorities and from the national governments. I do not subscribe or endorse every thesis in the final paper, but I think that this should be the incentive, the driver. And in the Brexit vote, we should have seen this reflected. If such an important big partner opts out of the club, then the club has a problem. And I want this thought, the European thought, so convincing again. I can see the forest with Georgia, Moldova, but we have to make this club fit to expand further by thinking more preventively and by being actually more ambitious again to not simply copy things that were thought in the East before, but come up with our own ideas.
No, the gentleman in the blue shirt. Okay.
Founder of the Cooperative für ein europäisches Freiwilligenjahr and the winner of 2020 Jugendkarl Prize. Like you mentioned very rightly, there are basically two ways to handle these energy and environmental issues. The first one will be to have more affordable and clean energy for Europe. The other one would be to adapt our society to have less needs regarding this and to have a more, how do you say it, circling economy needing less energy. While opening the French presidency of the European Union, President Macron called for a universal European civic service for the 4.6 million of young people in a European generation to do 6 months of activities of general interest in another member state. Following this idea and seeing that in our current youth, with movements like Friday for Future, you have a lot of young people who are committed to act, wouldn't it be a good idea maybe to mobilize the youth through those kind of projects to, like you said, not adapt maybe a negative or punishing way of dealing with this, but to use volunteers and those youth to tackle those issues through a project of renovations of the building to be more adapted to a renewable economy, to activities of educating about transition to help our agriculture to adapt to new methods and so on. You have this formidable power of acts through the youth, which is available. And actually, we are just about to kickstart in a new member state like Poland or Spain, some kind of FSJ, or should I say the Frei Ökologisches Jahr, for local youth to engage, like it's possible in Germany, like it's possible in France, but wasn't possible in those countries. So my question is this way of mobilizing youth could be one type of solution to handle the situation? Thank you very much.
Ich glaube, das richtet sich auch nochmal wieder an Sie, Frau Beer.
Yeah, I think this is for you, Mrs. Beer.
Yes, but I don't want to patronize the discussion. Yes, you're right, because it links several things. To my mind, youths are still too immobile for personal development, for gaining experience, for exchange, for understanding each other, talking about better joint solutions. It is really important that young people leave their homes, actually go to other areas, both countries, cultures and habits, but also the areas you mentioned. Yes, there are role models in Europe who do the voluntary year, the cultural year, year. And I think we need more of this across all of the member states. And I do have the hope that young people are courageous enough to enter fields and cultures where not English is spoken, so that they really get showered by Czech or Italian, or that they bathe in Finnish or Danish, because this is a completely different understanding. Yes, you can use algorithms and AI. You will have automatic translation. At the European Parliament, we will benefit from this. Without this technology, it wouldn't be possible the way we need it for legislation. But to experience languages, I can only encourage you, use the energy in your question and convince your young fellow citizens and compatriots. Whenever I come into schools, there's still too many people who are really only focusing on their own country. Do this, do that. Especially the long-winded ways have helped me a lot more than the strict roadmap set up by teachers or parents. Yes, and we support it, of course, from the European Union anyway. We love to do that. And we also have to enter into professional groups where we not only have academia and students. I think that every trainee, every secondary moderate school student should have this opportunity to have this right to being trained abroad, so that at least every person should have the possibility of living 6 months abroad.
My son is now going to university in Essen, so I hope they won't have to perhaps be just finished. Here's a question. Please be brief. Thank you for the treating with our Charlemagne Youth Prizes. I'm Henrik from the Finnish Parliament, and I would like to put my question in English.
Market impacts. I think that was one of your prepared statements as well. I mean, when we think about the concrete ways of putting forward the energy transition, one of the big pieces to the puzzle is the labor market and is employment, because that is all like one way of providing, welfare, providing income for people who may be suffering from this transition, as we know now with high inflation, high cost of prices. So how do we make sure that when we do the energy transition, we create sufficient employment, not only of good quality, but also to make sure that the people who may be unemployed, like in the fossil industries, in the manufacturing industries, for instance, that they still are able to be in the labor market, be in employment, and make sure that we carry everyone through the transition together.
Okay, who would like to take Herr Ernst?
Yes. The first, of course, in the new industries, we need a strong union structure. We have a free economy. This means, of course, that the strength of the unions on the one hand, the employers on the other hand, will determine the outcome. So we have to look to ensure that we have the maximum level of union activity. And of course, we need to secure the social protection upwards. I know the FDP, the Liberals, won't like this, but wherever this free collective bargaining exists, we need a high level of protection. So I think your idea is good. Let me say that in some industries we have experience. The situation is that unions or the works councils have found it very difficult to reach a good position. We must change the situation, and the employers must recognize that the development that we have can only succeed through working with employees. It's also a technical question. For example, if we ban combustion engines, we will lose a lot of jobs. But if we talk about 1.3 billion engines with combustion engines, they can carry on for 20, 30 years. But if we think about how to reduce CO2, then we have to think about what can we put in the tank. And if we find out what we could do in this research, that would give us one opportunity to secure employment through technical solutions, but at the same time we would achieve more environmental protection than if we didn't go down this route. So I think let me draw attention to the fact that the time has finished. And now a closing statement.
Yes, sorry, I'm twitching, not because I'm against union organizations or strengthening collective bargaining. No, no. I really favor these negotiations, but I simply wanted to add 2 points, Mr. Ernst, because otherwise the collectively agreed salaries would be hard to pay for. We need entrepreneurs who are able to make the money that is needed, because otherwise they can't pay the salaries that people want. And sustainable economic growth can only thrive to produce the income to invest in education system to actually make young people fit for these new professions. And forget about fear. If you decide in favor of one industry, the young generation has an opportunity that we didn't have. They can actually reinvent themselves every 3 to 5 years, and they will have to do that even. They will have to be so much more flexible, but it is also a huge opportunity because you don't have to decide once and for all which way you want to go. But with new emergent technologies, you stand a new chance time and again. At the end of the day, the money must be made to invest that we want to invest in.
I can only say to the young people, our time has come to an end. Sorry. Even if people don't change employers, the business models of employers is changing at such high speed that over the course of time, we will find ourselves working in completely different fields. Sometimes I'm employing people for occupations that I didn't even know about a year ago. Thank you very much for your committed involvement, and I really keep my fingers crossed that, as Mrs. Beer mentioned, I hope that innovation works in Europe. Mr. Eickholt has a lot of innovative projects, high-speed trains and high-speed diggers. We're all working towards maintaining our global leadership, and I think it's very good that we have had a productive debate, which is not always a matter of course. And thank you very much for your attention. And the good news is it's now time for lunch. Thank you very much.
sun appears, before the world has even stirred. Let's get out of here. We don't need to hug. The road ahead is clear. Let's follow the coast as far as it goes, or until we disappear. That gives me an idea. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. The wind at your shoulders, soft-chin in our ears. There's a whole wide world about to unfurl, not so far from here. So let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. Let's go disappear, far away from here. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year.
guess yeah, I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down. No, you talk back. Keep it spicy. That's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got the time for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom.
the sun appears, before the world has even stirred. Let's get out of here. We don't need to hug. The road ahead is clear. Let's follow the coast as far as it goes, or until we disappear. That gives me an idea. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. Wind at your shoulders, suffocating in our ears. There's a whole wide world about to unfurl, not so far from here. So let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here with her. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. Let's go disappear far away from here. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here with her. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year.
Finland wants to join the NATO. Sweden parts with age-old neutrality. Lithuania no longer needs any gas. Will Georgia become the new country of target for Putin? And Hungary is actually boycotting the oil embargo. These are some of the headlines of last week, and they show to us that nothing is like it used to be. Europe's security architecture needs to be rethought. And this is the heading of the panel that I would like to cordially welcome you to at the Charlemagne Forum on Europe, and I'm really happy to chair this podium. My name is Anke Plättner, and I also host many shows at Phoenix, and I come from Berlin. I would like to introduce you to my guests. We decided to have the panel in German, although 3 speakers speak better English, actually, but we are international. But I am very, very happy that Dr. Dalia Grybauskaitė is with us until from 2009 to 2019. She used to be the president of the Republic of Lithuania. In 2013, she was the Charlemagne Prize laureate. She was the most popular, probably is the most popular politician in Lithuania. And I found a quote: when you stopped working as a president, somebody said, it is good that she had so much stamina against Russia. She has always represented our Lithuanians. She's always stayed true to us. I feel freer through her. She's given us an example for how to love your country. And this is why we all love it a lot more than before. I think this is a wonderful compliment for you, Dr. Grybauskaitė. And I think it is also a buzzword, the love for a country and the security of a country, and probably fusing this as one thought. What else you were? Well, there's so many offices you held. And she was also born in the Soviet Union, then went to Washington for training, speaks English, Russian, Polish, and she has a black belt in karate, but she won't need this today. So a very warm welcome and a big hand for Dr. Dalia Grybauskaitė. And I'm also happy to welcome Ekaterina Tegalashvili. She is the former Vice Prime Minister of Georgia. There she used the foreign minister as well, and she did many, many things in her life. She studied internationally law in Tiflis, studied in New York, used to be Minister of Justice, a member of the National Security Council in Georgia, and last she worked for the organization against corruption in Ukraine. She had to leave the country, but she hopes to, she's in Tiflis now, but she of course hopes to return to Ukraine. And I'm happy that you're with us today. A very warm welcome to you. And for the German perspective, which is also looking beyond our own backyard, is Dr. Benedikt Franke. He is the Vice Chairman and CEO of the Munich Security Conference Foundation, which has actually put a thought to the security architecture for quite a while. He also studied in Washington and Bologna, to name just a few sites where he studied, not only in Germany. And last but not least, we have a Ukrainian voice, and this is Dr. Julian Romanishin. He currently lives in Bonn, studies at the university there, and studies also works as a senior fellow at CASIS. This is the institute that looks after security policy. He was born in the Soviet Union in Ukraine and then studied in Kiev. And when you follow his career, you know this is a true European. There is Bruges, there's Brussels, there's Maastricht featured in this curriculum, Mr. Romanishin. Now you're in Bonn, and you're, of course, seeing this and looking at security policy with a lot more emotionalism, and it is no longer abstract for you, and I'm happy that you're with us today. We will start with your statements, and I would try to be brief, because it would be wonderful if we could talk to each other and enter into dialogue, because this is really a topic that we would like to exchange on. Dr. Dalia Grybauskaite, what about the security in Europe? You have the floor.
Last year, we have been discussing also about the future of Europe, what Europe needs to do, how Europe needs to be reformed. But we never thought that Europe will be challenged by the Third World War. And I'm saying all Europe is not only regionally Ukraine, because we are under attack not only conventionally, but we are under attack from energy point of view, because energy tools are used against Europe as geopolitical tool. We under informational attack and propaganda attack. So in reality, we are facing the war in Europe again. And from this point of view, our reaction and involvement of all Europe and all transatlantic partnership is at most important, because we do not know how this war will roll out. And then it will be finished or even maybe escalated. From this point of view, for us, it's very difficult today to see the contours yet of a new security structures in Europe, because this war is wider and security structures will be needed wider. Only European solution will be not enough. While our reaction is both good and bad. Bad that we have been too late, too reactive to what Putin was doing on our borders and in Ukraine, in Belarus. But good that we finally started to react, finally we became more united, and finally NATO started to be more efficient. And I hope this will be following, and we will be able, seriously, without hesitation, to help not only Ukraine, but to ourselves to be stronger, to be more decisive. Because the first steps of reaction were a shame. They were quite shameful how, in advance of everything, NATO leaders, transatlantic and European, have been saying what they will not do in the conflict, which any military or any strategist will say it's a mistake, a strategic mistake. You need to start from saying everything is on the table and not to say what are you not going to do. So we started with mistakes. Putin started with mistakes. Now we're trying to repair. We're trying to speed up our help and understanding what's going on. Because of negligence on the West side, we allowed Putin to grow up until he became aggressor for the full-fledged war against Europe, at least now, and in more general understanding against the world, against the democratic world. Russia is becoming not just authoritarian, but totalitarian. And what we're facing with. So that means we need to adjust our policies and reactions to a new totalitarian regime who is aggressive towards his own people and aggressive towards the people of democratic countries. And this will influence any structure which will appear from this war, but I'm sure that the West needs to be more understanding of its own mistakes and own guilt, which allowed Putin to grow until this level of aggressiveness. And this territorial and other pretenses we saw from the very beginning of 2008 in Georgia, then in east of Ukraine and Crimea, partly in Moldova, in Moldova's part of territory, and now we allowed him to to go into Ukraine. So all this implies that we need to be faster, more serious about our obligations and about our reactions and behavior, and not to be fooled again, as it was all these times. Then we thought it is only territorial, only regional, only small things going around, and the pragmatic interests are more important. So we in the stage where we need to balance pragmatism, or so-called realpolitik, with values. Otherwise, if we, and experience of, including German, experience shows that if realpolitik will start to dominate, the values are forgotten, damaged, and under attack. And this, in Europe, for us, for European democracies, we need to take part of the guilt on our shoulders that we do have such kind of war in Europe today.
Okay. Okay. We will definitely speak more about who made mistakes, who has the guilt for this, and how people could have stopped this before. We're now saying very often that Europe's freedom is being defended in Ukraine. In 2008, during the war in Georgia, you hardly heard this. How do you see this war in Ukraine with your experience coming from Georgia, and how much do you fear Russia today?
Well, first of all, I want to greet my fellow panel members and then the speakers, and then everybody here in the room. I'm very happy to be here and then in this beautiful city for the first time for myself in this case. I'll take note of some of the maybe issues that have been talked about in the previous panel as well, while integrating to what I intended to say and echo to what has already been mentioned. Okay. I'm born myself in 1977. I'm from the generation of Georgians that lived through too many junctures of our lifetime that have been branded subsequently as historic moments of history of humankind, fortunately or unfortunately. And then I remember very well when Soviet Union was collapsed. I wasn't grown up that much at the time, but I have a very vivid memory of what it took us to liberate ourselves from the Soviet Union. And indeed, in many countries of the post-Soviet space, as it is called now, and Georgia is an example of that, Lithuania is another very strong example of that, we fought against Soviet Union. We've had national liberation movements at that time, and it's not that it just happened in our lifetime, so oops, and Soviet Union dissolved, and we just had to deal with the new reality. We aspired that reality. This was the time filled with hope, expectations, that sense of reunification again with the free world, with Europe for that matter. Maybe some of it was naive in the way that we understood what it would take for us to feel, in a meaningful sense, that reunification of what was our perception of Europe. And it was maybe too rosy in the way we thought that we would achieve that endpoint. But we had that very vivid moment that finally we were free. We were rebuilding our sovereignty, independence. And even from that very moment that was really driven from the perception that we are part of Europe and we are part of the free world. And what we were retaking back, what was taken away from Soviet occupation, was building democracies and be part of what we saw was the free world. What happened after had many successes for Europe. And then enlargement of EU and NATO is a great example of that, against the odds, against many advices of many realists at the time, perhaps, why Poland, Lithuania, or any other country had no time at the time, perhaps, to join either EU or NATO. But that it happened, and that was a great success of those strategic thinkers, political leaders that had guts, vision, and understanding that it was not only due to those nations that were separated from free world, but it was good for everybody to go as fast, as strong, as far away in that direction as was possible. And we see the result of that. Any sense of security that so many people in Europe feel now, even against the background of the war that Russia waged against Ukraine, is because they are part of EU and NATO now. We could not have even imagined what would have been now the situation in Europe if that would not have happened. And I have a great admirer now for the speed of nations like Sweden and Finland, which are known for their pragmatism, that are not very quick into jumping any decisions. But when the time came now, they had that awakening moment to be very swift in changing the discourse of their political consensus and decision-making processes and to apply from the membership of NATO. I just wish for many other nations in Europe to have that determination for their own self-interest to begin with, to have the capacity of taking responsibility when you are in the politics as the political actors. Sometimes I've been in the politics, maybe for far too long, maybe not as much as many of you here in the room might have been, but if you take the path of being a public servant, politician, it's not an easy life, it's not convenience, it's not something that only pleases your political constituency or businesses for that matter, which are oriented on short-term gains and profitability, which generally I do respect. I have to acknowledge I'm center-right in my ideology, so it's not that I don't value entrepreneurship and investments and then business development, but if you are in the politics, you have to have the sense of leadership, and leaders are there to lead, not to follow, and to excuse themselves because, oh, I will not be understood by my constituency or by the people. So I do hope that where we are now, we do have the awakening moment to see maybe few takeaways, at least to begin with, to be able to build that security architecture. One, that euphoria and that allure, perhaps, that Soviet Union is gone and there are no security threats anymore, and overlooking what Russia became in only just few years after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, that security doesn't matter. It's just economic prosperity and that wheel of turning everything in this direction, how much profit, how much, conveniency, that security matters. And hard security matters. And security does not come free of charge. It requires political capital, it requires financial capital, it requires social capital. And if we value that same stability and prosperity for the future, we need to be able and willing to pay for it. And it takes resolve and commitment to be successful in building security. And again, we are not yet, unfortunately, living in the world where security is given, we live in a harmony, and then hard security doesn't matter. And then many might say that, okay, how much better it is to use all the finances and needs and political capital that we might need to use on security on something else, which we need to spend money on. But at the end of the day, none of it matters if there is no security, because that's the foundational premise for us to predict in any ways of predictability the future. And security has different dimensions, different angles, different prisms, but at the end of the day, it comes to the basics. That's one. Second, that values and principles matter. It's not only whether or not we live, and I'm not a fatalistic person per se, but how we live matters. What are the values and principles for which and by which we live and live to our future generations? And then, to be very honest and blunt in this room, to start believing again in the notion that there are ideals, values, and principles that need to be driving us in the way that we need to be committed for their defense, even if it comes at the expense of very uncomfortable decisions. And Ukraine is showcasing to everybody right now that they are ready to die for their freedom, for their independence, and for our independence as well in this matter. And it's not because they are expecting help, it's not because they are receiving help, sufficient or not, we can discuss during the debate, but because they just don't want to leave if they're not free. And I guess that's the foundational premise that many of us lost as a premise and memory of what is it not to be free. And then final message perhaps that I want to highlight is that freedom takes, again, different ways how it expresses itself. It's not just not to be in the prison, it's not to have occupying forces on your territory, as it is the case in my own country, which is frequently forgotten and has been forgotten for quite some time, when business as usual was renewed with Russia very conveniently right away when Russia, for the first time actually, attacked a neighboring country in 2008 and stayed as an occupant in 20% of its territories, paving for itself then the way to be emboldened for what Russia did in 2014 and later on what Russia is doing now. But freedom is to be able to live with values and principles that we believe with, and then to live in the societies that we want to build in terms of social cohesion and the way of life. And in that sense, I have to say, Europe lost its freedom for quite some time when Europe became dependent on the country of Russia, while knowing what kind of Russia became for quite some time now. And I hate to say, but Germany played a role in it as well. It was really painful to listen in the previous panel discussions, even now, after the war in Ukraine, that there are still this, political thought that argues that, Nord Stream 2 was a very right decision, and even now we have to be excusing ourselves for doing something vis-a-vis Russia because it apparently doesn't even hurt Russia but hurts us. We need to have a breaking moment with the past. I'm not here to say that we need to be obsessed with the past mistakes, but if we are not enlightened by our actions or inactions, or actions or inactions of others, if we don't reflect, if we don't have strategic foresight once again valued in our life, then we are doomed to repeat the same mistakes and be in the worst situation that we are now, even at this very moment.
Okay, ganz herzlichen Dank.
Okay, thank you very much for this explanation. Mr. Franke, security matters. This could also be your motto, as we just clearly heard from both speakers. We allowed Putin to grow to this extent. And the question is, what was Europe's or Germany's role? Maybe you want to comment on this, and maybe a little shorter than the previous speakers to have more time for discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to be here. This is my really favorite event after the Munich Security Conference. Let me say something about European security, a small anecdote from this morning. A couple of weeks ago, I put a poster on my fridge which said Charlemagne Prize 25 May. My small son, Karl, is of the opinion that today is a very special day. And this morning, he stood in the kitchen and was expecting to receive a prize. I explained to him why Svetlana and the other laureates will be receiving the prize. And I thought, well, this is quite cool, perhaps more important than that's now I would like to lead on to the reason why the Karl Charlemagne Prize laureates have been awarded the prize this year. We at the Munich Security Conference, and me personally, are very strong advocates of a discussion culture in which we do not constantly fall into the temptation of rethinking things or calling for a change of paradigm or calling for out-of-the-box thinking, but where people actually concentrate on what is doable, what is realistic, and what is relevant and necessary. That's where we believe that it's not about rethinking the European security architecture. And I know this is this has actually developed quite positively in the last 20 years, in small, painful steps, but we've gone in the right direction. We've developed procedures, standards, but I think what we need to achieve is a discussion about European security. How can we bring life into this European security structure to make it more resilient, strengthen our institutions? And now let me come back to the phrase security managers. How can we where we can say, let's not think about the goals we set, but to put it at the focal point of our thinking. And I think this is a really important make or break moment where we have to really think very seriously about we have come up with the right definition of European security, whether we are clear in terms of our end game or our visions. But if you really look at this closely, we find it very difficult to write down what we actually want. Yes, Ukraine must win, Russia must lose. But what should the situation be afterwards? Who will do what? How will we solve the many unsolved problems in Europe? I think we can have this discussion today, and I think we should have this discussion at every possible occasion. In English, there is a term, a comprehensive notion of security, an all-embracing term of security. And this is a buzzword. It's very easy to say, but doing it is actually different. I think that if the Russian aggression has achieved anything, it has shown us that our freedom is not being defined only on the plains of Ukraine, but in our smartphones, our smartwatches, in our critical infrastructure, in space, in the global comments. And if it's correct that this is not just a one-dimensional war, but a much broader threat, a global competition between liberal democracy and autocracy on the other side, with an awful lot of countries who are somewhere in the middle sitting on the fence, then I think we have to approach the subject of security differently. A lot has to change in Germany. We need a national security committee that looks at this. It can't be that it's just a war that makes us wakes us up and shows our dependencies and our vulnerability. It must be something that we track on a continuous basis. And this is not true just for Germany, but it's also true for Europe. That's why we're here today. And it can't be that we have a Digital Market Act which we make very, very complicated. And obviously, it's something very fantastic if we're talking about competition, trading, and law. But it's when we come to security, we have a man-made disaster. Illiberal autocracies are having the doors open for them, and we're not discussing this matter. So that's the first of my 2 points. It's not about rethinking security architecture, but to thinking differently about the subject of security and to put it much more at the focal point and to accept the struggle that this brings with it. We can't just hope that things will happen a long way away from us, but all these things are going on in the center of our society and we must accept it. But I think the second point is that we must concentrate on those countries that are not absolutely certain in terms of which of the two camps they wish to occupy. In Europe, we need think only of Hungary, but if just after the outbreak of the war, there was a vote in the UN General Assembly. Okay, some countries like Eritrea, Syria, North Korea, they voted in favor of Russia, but they're outsiders. But what about the 35 countries that abstained, that were, for whatever reason, were unable to oppose this aggression and to denounce it, including South Africa, India, Indonesia. And I think if we think about European security, we have to think about how we can bring these countries onto our side. Pull and push factors are important, and I would very much hope that today and in the next 2 days we can discuss and think about how Europe should position itself so that we can adjust our security architecture in order to get these 35 countries on our side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franke. Well, Julian Romanishin, you specialize in security policy and security architecture, as I said before. When you hear about the mistakes made, that the response was too late, and is this what you would endorse? And what has changed for you the minute Ukraine was attacked?
Thank you very much. The invitation. It's a pleasure to be back to the Karls Prize Forum. Yes, we clearly the war in Ukraine dispelled this fog of peace that that has been established over Europe over the last 30 years, and it's clearly the end of the peace dividend that we all get used to. And it is indeed not clear what will be the end of the war in Ukraine, but what is certain is that Russia's brutal and barbaric aggression against Ukraine shattered the existing security order in Europe. And in that sense, Putin's invasion of Ukraine on 21st of February is as important date, watershed date for European security, just like the fall of the Berlin Wall or the Hitler's invasion of Poland. I want to focus first on the most important, in my view, consequences for Europe or for European security, and then I will offer a few remarks on the future of European security. So what are the most important consequences for European security? What is the impact of the war in Ukraine on Europe? Well, first take the European Union. High Representative Borrell is quite right to claim that Europe has advanced in building more geopolitical Europe in the few weeks after the war than in the several years prior to the war. The EU quickly decided to supply arms to Ukraine through the European Peace Facility. It committed to phasing out dependency on Russian fossil fuels, and it opened up the debate about Ukraine's membership in the EU, and now it is looking into coordination of defense investment among its member states. All these issues used to be the taboo in the past. Now this taboo have been lifted. And let's not forget that just a few months before the war, the EU was not even at the negotiation table. Second, dramatic reorientation of Germany's security policy. The special policy towards Russia is over. The long-standing belief that Germany's decades-long economic, trade, and political relationship with Moscow and believe that it will lead to the country's modernization and transformation, this has been debunked. The belief that Ostpolitik, the Eastern policy that was forged during the Cold War, and that could continue without proper reassessment by Germany's political elite, especially by Social Democratic Party, has been discredited. So now Germany is confronted with the need to adjust to the new reality, and more importantly, to lead as the largest member of the EU. And third, revival of NATO. NATO, the alliance, is witnessing a renewed purpose and a renewed mission. Again, this is the organization that President Macron was called a brain dead just a few years ago. It was drifting, it seemed to be drifting towards looking into Asia, looking into climate change. Now it has renewed purpose, it is consolidated, it is aligned, and soon it will be enlarged by 2 new members. And the future strategic concept that will be adopted next month in the summit in Madrid will, without doubt, prioritize collective defense over the other 2 core tasks of NATO, that is crisis management and cooperative security. Now, so what about the future? How should the future of European security architecture or European security order look like? I strongly believe that in order to build one, we need to free ourselves from this long-standing mantra that to build security in Europe, about the inability to build security in Europe without Russia. Quite to the contrary, I would argue, a new European security order should be built not with Russia, but against it. Russia has destroyed the existing security order and replaced with a de facto disorder in which it uses its conventional and nuclear forces to decide the fate of its neighbors. It manufactured fake narratives about NATO enlargement and its that is a threat to its own security, which, let's be honest, convinced many of the Western observers. So I think this discussion needs to be turned upside down, and a new European security order needs to be based not around Russia's security, but around Ukraine's security. And the key to this is Ukraine's membership in the EU and NATO. And I want to put forward 3 arguments for this proposition. First, from the moral point of view, I think it would be unspeakably cruel to rebuff Ukraine's reinforced plea for the membership in the EU. After so many of its citizens laid down their lives, and after its president has given the rest of Europe a lesson in exemplary leadership. This was claim to any kind of moral clarity in its foreign policy and would surely undermine its wider international leverage and credibility. From a realist perspective, hyper-realist perspective, the calculus has changed too. Well, deny the membership of in the EU for the sake of not provoking Putin didn't stop Russia from invading Ukraine. Ukraine's neutrality during the presidency of Yanukovych didn't stop Putin from annexing Crimea in 2014. So this whole strategy of stepping back and leaving Ukraine, but also Georgia and Moldova, as a kind of strategic buffer between the West and Russia, has not enhanced security of either those states nor of the EU, and quite to the contrary, it has given Putin free hand in the region. And from a societal perspective, 66% of EU citizens currently support Ukraine's membership in the EU. 2/3 of Germans are in favor of accepting Ukraine as the EU member. In all of the EU, there is only in one state, one member state, the support for Ukraine's membership is lower than 50%. Unsurprisingly, this is Hungary, according to the last Eurobarometer data. And in Ukraine itself, the membership in both the EU and NATO are overwhelmingly popular. So it would be a huge mistake to waste this momentum. So the bottom line is that in order to build a new European security order, the West needs to find a way how to protect the territorial integrity of all states in Europe, even those that are not yet members of the EU and NATO. And the key precondition to this would be Ukraine's victory in the war and Putin's military defeat at the battlefield in eastern and southern Ukraine. Looking forward to the discussion.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Well, a clear vote in favor of Ukraine's membership in both EU and NATO. I would like to go one more round and then open up for the public. You said in 10 years, will it be taken for granted that the Ukraine and Georgia will be members of NATO? And the Ukraine also a EU member? And what about Russia then? Will Russia then be isolated? Will there be no more possibility, no more trade with Russia again? How would you imagine this to be in 10 years from now?
I hate to dream, especially for 10 years ahead, because I am from the generation which saw the Soviet planning system, you know. So why, let's say that from today's perspective, I do expect that in nearest future, Russia will stay from the rival, which it was few years ago, became an enemy to the democratic world. This will stay unless Putinization will be of Russia will be 10 backwards. Today, it's not only about political elite of Putin and his surrounding. It's also about the general mood of population which supports aggressive behavior of Russia. We do see the terrorist actions, we do see rapist actions, we do see looting, we do see uncivilized army and uncivilized country in Europe in front of our eyes, demonstrating the worst possible actions, which are repeated from centuries by Russian military force. So to plan or to wish or dream, it's very difficult unless we cleaned up this mess which we allowed to happen, which we're still allowing to happen because it is in front of our eyes. And we're still hesitating to be enough fast and efficient, providing necessary equipment to Ukraine, to kick out Russia from its territory and to diminish its, at least, military capacities, to repeat this in near future again against or Ukraine or other neighboring territories. So I expect that in June NATO meeting, the Russia will be very clearly defined as, if not enemy, already something more than just rival. And the stance of NATO against Russia will be also changed from deterrence to defense of its territory. And that's very good, because we saw how bloody and how uncivilized war is on the ground. You cannot allow this kind of military to get in an inch of NATO territory, because afterwards nothing will be left. Neither houses, neither people, just nothing, because they're deleting everything. That's the way how they fight. So why, for us, the security stance needs to be from deterrence, full defense of all our territories. Now on trade. Yesterday we have a lot of sanctions, and they do hurt both sides, and that's clear, and we always knew that it will be the case. And these arguments that, yes, as you mentioned, the Nord Stream 2 also heading Germany and other countries, yes, of course, but are we ready to pay for Russians or energy or other commodities, to pay for their war, to pay for their budget to perform the war against our neighbors and against us? So that's the choice which we need to decide. For example, for us in Lithuania, an example I will say, in 2015, we opened a LNG terminal and we became fully independent from Russian gas, because then I came to office in 2009, I saw that we are paying 30% more for Russian gas than Germany was paying, because we were too independent, we were too not corrupted. Our political elite at that time was not corrupted by Russian energy resources. But European political elite was giving into this political corruption. So that's the choice. And for democracies, yes, we need to have enough wisdom to be pragmatic. But if democracies will lose values, what a difference will be between us, democracies, and dictatorship? What's the difference?
Ich glaube, so wie Sie es...
I think the way you phrased it and you've said it and how we hear it from you, De Kashashvili, we have not really internalized this yet in Germany, Benedikt Franke. Would you say that this message has not been heard by German policymakers yet, although we're saying, okay, Gazprom 2 wrong, Nord Stream 2 was wrong, but this feeling that we really have to part with Russia?
Yes, I think the question is more complicated. Has it arrived, have politicians understood it, or has society understood it? So the question we should ask is it not completely unrealistic to commit ourselves to all times if we had a President X in this country? Question of there are very many difficult questions in terms of where the guilt lies in the Russian society. On the one hand, we have, if we talk about Putin, and on the other hand, we talk about state systems that are autocratic, and in the long term, I think it's unrealistic to believe that Russia will suddenly become democratic in the next few weeks. So it's very correct to think about how we should organize ourselves, make ourselves independent, and then how can we help Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and the remaining Balkan states, how we can get them more tied into us, whether this is through the EU or NATO or both. I mean, there are simple means, there are membership criteria. I think it's quite true that we will have to apply different criteria to Ukraine. We have to be perhaps more generous, but basically, I think we have to stick to the procedures, but the aim, and this is a very important aspect when talking about European security, we must clearly define these accession possibilities for our friends and neighbors. I'm absolutely convinced that we would be making a mistake if we were not to accept Moldova, Ukraine or Georgia within our alliance.
So this means we already made a mistake that we've not brought them into our alliances before.
Yes, I think that's another complicated question. There are lots of influence theories that have come about. we must move away from the present situation, and that's why I agree with my neighbor here. We have to make sure that we clearly define our side. There must be no buffer between us and Russia, but Russia must decide how would it position itself vis-à-vis a stronger, more unified Europe. But don't let us forget the Balkans.
Looking at the watch, I would like to open the floor for questions. Mr. Pöttering, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pletner. I'm always very pleased to hear friends from the Baltic states or from Georgia. You, in terms of geography and your population, you are small countries, but you have a tremendous spirit, and I would like to see Germany, France, and the other European Union countries adopting somewhat more of your spirit in the Baltics and in Georgia. So congratulations to both of you for waking us up and giving us a wake-up call. And it's very sad that this war of Putin against the Ukraine that has taught us that we've made major mistakes in the past. So I don't want to criticize any personalities. We all make mistakes, but if we have recognized that we've made mistakes, we must correct these mistakes. And I think what's necessary now in terms of the Ukraine is that we must do nothing that discourages the Ukraine. It would be a major mistake if we were now to say Ukraine can't join the EU. Of course, this will take time, and we will have to take account of the Balkan states. That must perhaps be somewhat more generous in terms of Ukraine than with the Balkan states. So we must also offer the Balkan states a perspective, but we must encourage people in the Ukraine to go the European way, and above all, we must not make the mistake of now telling the people, the president in Ukraine, we must not prescribe the route they have to take. We must allow them the right of self-determination, and they must tell us how they wish to proceed, and we should go this way with them in a responsible manner. My second comment, and this is also a question, in Germany and also in the Western NATO countries, in the Western EU countries, we've made major mistakes in the past in terms of not equipping our military forces as should have been the case. And my major concern, which we've not mentioned yet, is if, as we don't hope, of course, if the USA under a new president were to withdraw their protection from Europe, leaving us unprepared, then help us, so help us God. So we must use the Biden administration years to ensure that we make Europe strong within the EU, within NATO, to strengthen the European pillar, and think about how we can develop a nuclear shield in the future for Europe. So if, as we don't hope, the USA withdraws, but that we must prepare. It would be very good if you, Mrs. President, Mrs. Grybauskaite, if you could say something about how you would envisage European cooperation in the EU in future. But of course, this question is also open to the other panel members, but we must take the opportunity now to talk about our values, something that people understand, and it's good that we are forced to defend these values, but to do this we must also be military strong.
Thank you very much. I would like to hand the question to you.
Right, I will a little bit comment on Ukraine's membership for both organizations. I think Ukraine is ending its membership every minute on the battle. They're so courageous, they're with so huge political willingness, human willingness to fight for their freedom and for their country. It is an example for everyone and every country in the European Union and around the world. So from this point of view, I think that we need to support their aspiration to become, at least in the very beginning of European membership, because the Maidan started and was because of their intentions to be or to go towards the European way. And all this, what became the war, was their aspiration to become European. And today we're saying, damn, 10, 20 years, let's create something, you know, second stage of European Union or whatever. That's a crazy surrogate, which I'm hearing from France and other political elite in Europe. And it is a mistake which we are trying to push ourselves again. The door of Europe needs to be opened for everybody who is ready, but we need to help for them to be ready. That's a small comment. And I hate to hear the surrogate ideas, which are empty, just for political glory of one or another personality, and it's a shame that we're wasting time for it, at all. That's for one. About military, you're right, we have more or less secured 2 years for Europe to take the security matters seriously in own hands. And it's not only about percentage of 2% or 3%. We need to be more fast and more serious. We do not have guarantees what US will look like after 2 years. We already saw how it was 2 years ago, with Trump administration. Imagine if Trump will be today in office, the Kiev will be fallen in 2 weeks, will be fallen. There will be any assistance military to Ukraine. That's absolutely clear. It's not my opinion, it's opinion of the closest allies which have been working with Trump. So that means for us very serious pressure of responsibility. I'm very happy that in Germany I see such rapid increase in defense planning, but it's not only about the finances, it's about quality of defense. It's not about only money, it's about our commitment. And Germany is standing seriously and fast, and that's necessity. It is a necessity. And at this stage, I think any government will be under pressure to do this. And I'm very happy that Germany is standing this tide. But it's only the beginning of this. If we are looking and seeing the discussions about our military capabilities in Europe, no, really, it's a shame. It's a shame to see how old, how ineffective, and especially not only the hardware, but the political decisions are made.
Is Germany fast enough?
Look, I think all Europe and all NATO is too late. We are late with reaction from the very beginning. It's not only Germany. It's all NATO was late with really giving in Ukraine in the first week and waiting. Will they take the Kiev or not? Because the stigma of withdrawal from Afghanistan was absolutely dominant. Everybody thought that Ukraine will be not fighting back. And only after a week, more serious discussions started. And only about 2 or 3 weeks later, the equipment started to be decided to go in, and even light one. And this was really shameful, and still we are late still, and we are not enough sufficient to give Ukraine all tools to defeat the Russians on their own territory. Nobody is pretending to Russia's territory. Just we need to help Ukraine to push the Russians out. And of course, for us to be prepared is a huge job. And it's only 2 years, really 2 years we have.
A few comments perhaps in response to comment, and then with some of the discussions that we've had as well. One, when it comes to what's possible or not, I think what we see now with the war in Ukraine, and I really hate when I hear usually crisis in Ukraine. There's no crisis, there's a war against Ukraine, so that's the clear definition of that, is that it, I hope, broadened our perspective and imagination in terms of both positive and negative sides of that, of what is possible in terms of unthinkable actions from the Russia that it was previously, but at the same time, what is possible in terms of consolidation of action in a positive way, withstanding the challenge that comes from Russia and building up sort of the new resilience and defense capabilities from our side, both from political and then military sides to it. And I think part of what we need to realize now, and it's very important in this situation, is that what will be our common future will be defined by the outcome of this war. We don't speak too much about that because it's hard to talk about it. But it's not whether or not war will be stopped soon enough to spare the lives of people that are now victims of this war, but what will be the outcome of this war. And the win of Ukraine in this war is reachable by de facto definition of what is feasible, but we need to believe in it to make it feasible sooner rather than later. So outcome of the war, we need to face that question for us to be able to define what the future for our security will be for Europe and then globally as well. Second, when we speak about what's possible when it comes to where Russia will be in the future 10 years or whatever years that will be, we need to start to realize, I guess, that we don't decide for Russia and we can only maybe aspire what it could be, but what we need to do now is to see what we want for us to have, when we want us to be, and start to act on variables that we can control. We cannot control internal developments in Russia. At best, we can influence some of it, but we can control what we do with our own resources, with our own preparedness in terms of our own capabilities, and our own renewal of social contract with our own population. Social cohesion is key for us to be able to build the common security in Europe. And in that sense, transatlantic ties with the US will be pivotal for the decades to come still, in addition to obviously building capacities within the Europe itself. It became too fancy to joke about America or to disregard America or be angry about America, but we like it or not, transatlantic ties matter for the common security, and US in one way or the other, significantly or not, but so far is a very important component of our common security. And very final, I know that I'm overtaking too much time, we haven't talked about Britain at all during this conversation. We need to get over the hangover of Brexit. UK is here, UK is our strategic ally, UK is doing extraordinary work right now for helping Ukraine and building axis of alliances within Europe, such as Poland and Ukraine as well. And in that sense, we need to remember that UK is a very important component of our common security and willing partner in building up the security. And then now what we hear in the Black Sea region, and we've been preaching about Black Sea region so many years, but only now when famine is a risk around the globe, it's remembered that ports in Black Sea matter because it's one of the major export routes for the grain globally from the biggest exporter, one of the biggest exporters of the world. And now it's Lithuania's initiative together with the UK to consider whether or not the ports in Ukraine can be unblocked with participation of Turkey as well, and NATO, I would hope. But then again, UK is part of our reality, good part of our reality, and let's drag it in terms of building our common security without, again, dwelling too much, we like it or not, that Brexit happened or not. It happened, we need to get over it, and then build the common security when it comes to what comes after.
Wir hätten die Briten ja auch gerne dabei gehabt, so ist es.
And we would have loved to have the Brits in. How would you see this view, the military aspect maybe, from the Ukrainian perspective? You want to comment on this?
I think the question is, when it comes to military cooperation within Europe, the problem I think lies not so much on the capabilities, but on the political will to act. The EU just recently agreed on a document called Strategic Compass, which is essentially the EU's military defense strategy. And it has a lot of interesting ideas, and it does have specific deadlines, specific timelines, but it is very important that it will be followed up, that it will be implemented by the member states, that member states will feel the ownership of those tasks, and that it will not be just another paper tiger, just like the EU battle groups and other good ideas that have been produced in Brussels. So again, it is important to follow up, for example, on the Article 44 of the EU, that the article of the Lisbon Treaty that enables a group of member states to move on when it comes to the military cooperation, when it comes to establishing EU military mission, even though they're and not wait until the entire consensus within the EU. Again, the issue of qualified majority voting, we've seen again and again the problem with agreeing on a common decision of strategic importance. Now the current package of sanctions has reached a stalemate because of Hungarian veto and when it comes to oil embargo. Again, the issue of QMV and how to the consensus versus QMV in foreign and security policy needs to be tackled. I also want to comment on the idea on the surrogate ideas that were mentioned. It's very interesting that at exactly the time when when Ukraine started to advance in liberating its territories in the north and also the area around Kharkiv, we witnessed those, as Madame President called, surrogate ideas about peace plans and sort of a ceasefire suggestions coming from Rome, coming from Paris. Again, the rhetoric of President Macron that that we should not, that the war should not end in humiliation, and this also come on top of this suggestion of European political community as an alternative to Ukraine's membership. This was this received very negative assessment in Ukraine because once again it was seen as sort of betrayal and repeat of the same mistakes. Again, when I recall several years ago when after a long dispute between North Macedonia and Greece, the language dispute was finally resolved, and it seemed to be this is a momentum when the enlargement can be finally pushed forward. Exactly at the same time, several member states, France in the forefront, came out and say, oh, well, we have to rethink the procedures and maybe this is not a time for enlargement. It's very clear, and again, in the current circumstances that we need to think about how to make the enlargement less bureaucratic and much more political. This decision should be political. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm once again re-emphasize it's very important that Ukraine would receive the candidate status next June. And this would be a huge boost not only for the morale of fighters on the ground, but also it will be good news for the EU itself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
There's a question over there, and I also saw a show of hand and at the back of the room. Yes, just speak up.
Sie können einfach sprechen.
Just speak and
Sie können, glaube ich, einfach.
As soon as you start speaking, the colleagues will switch it on. You don't have to torture us with blowing into the microphone because this is horrible for the technicians and the interpreters.
Ich würde gerne einen Gedanken vertiefen, den Herr Franke aufgeworfen hat, der mir eigentlich der eigentliche Gedanke ist bei der europäischen Sicherheit. Es geht bei der Ukraine und allem, was wir heute erleben, geht es um eine Systemkonfrontation zwischen den Demokratien und den Autokratien.
Einen Moment.
Just a minute. Is it working now?
Vielleicht wir machen es so, wir stellen das einen Moment zurück, nehmen erst jemand anders dran, weil irgendwas, oder kann mir jemand sagen, was nicht funktioniert? Wir stellen es kurz zurück, nehmen eine andere Frage und dann.
So, okay, we'll have another question first and then we will try again.
Now, following on from what was said about security, thinking more about security and security architecture, I would like to ask, is it important that individual countries, individual NATO countries, carry out security in terms of Ukraine grain exports? We talked about the outcome of the UN vote. The fact is that the majority of the world population voted against the denunciation of Russia, and in many of these countries in the global south, there is a threat of hunger if we can't organize grain exports from Ukraine. So can freedom on the seas function without European security? And which countries are willing to participate? And following on with about security with or against Russia, without Russia, how can this be organized? Who will take the initiative and who will guarantee whether it's a ceasefire or a peace agreement? How were the two main countries involved? NATO will not accept Russia. Russia will not accept NATO. On the UN, who will organize who will organize this and assume a guarantee away from outside the structures that have survived the 24th of February? UN, OECD has failed, but the stable structures of NATO and EU are still in place. I think I've understood your question. Let me try with this other question, and then we can summarize together. Yeah. Yes, let me try again. I would like to again come back to the fundamental question of this confrontation of systems between democracies, Western democracies, as we've understood it, and the autocratic systems, because that's the decisive question that will be decided as regards Ukraine. In 1922, when many people left and founded the term Eurasia, many said we're neither Asians nor Europeans, we are Eurasians. And this Eurasian Union that today is the counterpart to European unity, Putin or Dugin, this new Eurasian Union was founded. Many work on the assumption that the European Union has to be destroyed and that the future lies in the Eurasian Union. So is this a question of systems? I have to speed up somewhat here.
Unfortunately, I have to skip you somewhat.
But the podium also has to keep things brief.
But the panel is there to answer these questions. But I think we got your message. Yes, yes. Points taken. Sorry for being a little strict here as a chair, because otherwise we only have 20 minutes left. A very concrete question about the serial shipments and deliveries and who can organize this and which system can win at the end of the day. Mr. Franke, maybe?
Ganz kurz. I'll keep it brief. I think the question in terms of who could organize this is easy to answer. It has to be done by the United Nations because this is the only place where Russia would have a right to be consulted, and pressure on them would be big. So if the UN was prepared to show an interest in the export of grain and to create the legal basis, if Russia were then to vote against this would be a much clearer picture of the problem than if Russia were to vote against Turkey or the EU as players. I still fear that Russia is not interested in this debate and that they will undermine all UN bodies. But from a strategic and communicative perspective, I think it would be fundamentally important to start with the United Nations because for structural reasons, they have not been as visible in this conflict as they should be. And I think then at the end, the security guarantees would only work via United Nations. No one else could do this. So I think we have to internationalize this problem.
On this, you can forget United Nations. And let's not waste the time. In the Black Sea, there is a war with military vessels in the sea, and the blockade is military until the both sides, Russians and Ukrainians, will reach the point on the battle that both sides will be ready to negotiate. There will be no peace and no war finished. So what about grain? Today, Ukraine tries to send some part, of course not in the amount it's necessary, the grain to the Romania and from Romanian ports, including through the railways to Lithuania, and we're negotiating even with Belarus to transfer by train some grain, but the amount's still not sufficient, unless the war will be somehow stopped and the Black Sea will be opened for traffic. There will be stoppage of grain. And Russia is not interested, yes, because the food crisis is one of the hybrid instruments of war which Russia is fighting not only against Europe, but against the world, to be important, because this will not only increase the hunger, but it will increase to the West huge amounts of migrants. And that, again, is one of the goals, how to destabilize and how to punish the West for the supporting of Ukraine. That's how it is. And the UN is paralyzed and don't count at all on this, and it's a waste of time.
Very briefly, I could add to I was listening to my own echo, to that. What is missing in the situation is shaping narrative right now by the West. We don't follow that much, perhaps, what we see in the media or in the social discourse in the countries that are suffering already and will suffer more with the food crisis, famine in some countries, and political destabilization. And there, the narrative that Russia promotes is that this is because sanctions that the West imposed on Russia. So what we need to do right now is to form still initiatives that could identify, however futile that can be, and not only sort of with the UN, and I agree that the UN these days became waste completely in so many ways, but ideas and initiatives that are consistent with international humanitarian law, allowing for the corridors to emerge with the countries that are not parties to the conflict, to export grain as a humanitarian action outside of the blocked ports, and there are mechanisms that could be thought through and offered, and if Russia refuses, and in parallel to that, there needs to be strategic communication and diplomatic action on behalf of the Western countries, intensely ongoing right now in the countries which will suffer most, identifying in their discourse who is at fault for them to have the crisis, and to think of the instruments that could alleviate the burden that could emerge right now because of the crisis, not as a way of responsibility for the crisis, but a good gesture and then bona fide approach from the countries that could afford that. If we don't have a comprehensive approach to that, we're going to fail with as many countries that we've had with UN abstaining and not voting for the resolutions, but then more that will fall into that narrative that it's West fighting with Russia, and because of that they suffer, rather than the other way around. So in that sense, that's extremely important. And with the gentleman, I couldn't agree more that it is indeed a pivotal fight against the architecture, not only on security, but generally as well of the global relations, where democracies will be in the position of retaining their democracy or not in a prosperous and stable way by fighting autocratic regimes now.
Romanishin, Sie wollten noch kurz was sagen?
Briefly, you wanted to come on to this one?
Sure, food security and the Black Sea. Yes, I fully agree that it is currently now one of the strategic aims of Russia and Ukraine to cut Ukraine from the access to the Black Sea. Lion's share of Ukraine's exports go through maritime routes, and if Ukraine is cut off the Black Sea, Ukraine's economy will likely collapse. So that is why it's very important strategically for Russians to capture remaining ports in the Black Sea, especially the Odessa. What to do about it? First, anti-ship missiles. Ukraine needs anti-ship missiles, Harpoons NSMs, and Ukraine already shown that Russian fleet in the Black Sea is not invincible. The flagship is sunk, Moskva sank, hit by two Ukrainian, not NATO, but two Ukrainian anti-ship missile Neptunes. So it is very possible that Ukraine can establish an own area denial zone and unblock its own ports in the northwestern part of the Black Sea, but for that it needs more of those capabilities. Second, Ukraine needs to liberate the Snake Island. The Snake Island, that was captured by Russia in the first days of the war, has a very strategic location, very strategic importance. Ukraine was already successful in taking out Russian anti-air systems on the island and taking out several Russian ships. But the island needs to be recaptured because it lies right in the middle of the trading routes between the Bosphorus and Odessa. Third, NATO ships should contribute to the mission of the Black Sea, and it's not only about food security but also demining. There has been no non-Black Sea NATO ships in the Black Sea since the last non-Black Sea NATO ship that was in the Black Sea was French warship that left Black Sea in the beginning of January. Since then, there was no other NATO ships in the Black Sea. Again, there has to be proper conversation conducted with with Turks, with Bulgarians, with Romanians, but also with broader coalition of actors. Egypt, Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, the ones that also suffer a lot from the food security, they also need to contribute to this military and naval mission in the Black Sea, together with NATO countries.
Okay,
Okay, I have two more shows of hand. The lady first, maybe? Yes.
Oh, yeah, yes. This works. Hello, my name is Lotta Tuominen, and I am from Finland, and I actually have a UN-related question. So you've been talking a lot about important partners, but I didn't notice you mentioned the youth or the civic society that are, in my opinion, very valuable partners for decision makers in maintaining peace, especially if we consider peace to be something more than just absence of war. And therefore, I would like to hear your thoughts on the UN Security Council Resolution 2250 called Youth, Peace and Security. For those who are not familiar with this resolution, it states that young people are not only victims or troublemakers, but in fact, they have a very important role in building and maintaining peace. This can mean, for example, making sure that every young person has access to housing, education, and employment, or assuring that young people are included in decision-making processes or even peace negotiations. So I would love to hear your thoughts on youth, peace, and security, and what you are willing to do in your countries and on the European level to make sure that this resolution is well implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think it is very, very important, but we remember this, the role of youth, and we'll take another question.
Michael Gehler from the Hildesheim University, and I would like to ask a question. We've heard a lot from this panel about UN, EU and NATO. I think we should also talk about the United States of America. What strategy is being pursued away from the question of who organizes things? And when I have understood Lloyd Austin, the US defense minister, correctly, he said in the New York Times, the strategic aim of the United States is to prevent Russia from being able to attack. He said this in Ramstein at a press conference. So my question is this also the strategy of the EU? Is it identical to the US strategy, or are these strategies different? Do we, as Europeans, have a strategy? So if I've understood Austin correctly, this goes beyond Ukraine.
we know we don't have any EU representative at the panel who could actually answer this, but let's take one question. Mrs. Beer, maybe the last one. You've been waiting for so long. Maybe very brief, and then Mrs. Beer.
Okay, very shortly, I'm here, and when the war started, I was more scary from the reaction of the young people and the old generation, because the Bulgaria was part of the socialism systems, and when this war started, a lot of people, they was kind of very happy that the Russia do something against the Europeans and so on. And my question is how the young people like me, which love Europe, how we can act against these things, because okay, of course, in the Facebook we can act, but something more seriously, can we have some law against this hate speech, against this thing? Thank you very much.
Okay, ich würde sagen, Frau Beer, vielleicht.
Okay, Mrs. Beer, maybe you want to comment on this, because there was a question about the strategy of the EU versus the war, whether we agree with the Americans, and then I would actually start the final round. Well, I have a question that I would like to raise, but as one of the 750 MPEs, I can say that European security can only be thought within a NATO setting. So the transatlantic connections are inherent. And you're right, we should work more closely with the Americans. And the Americans actually have made it clear to us through all of the administrations, as Europeans, we have to do our homework first. Do not duck away in the shadow of the Americans, but also make an active contribution to the security architecture ourselves as Europeans. And we already see the first steps in the updated strategic compact. It's not going far enough, but I think it's a good start. My question refers to widening the picture, not the immediate vicinity of Europe. Looking at Iran, we had the VCPOA agreement, the treaty, it was ready to sign, but then the negotiators actually left Vienna again without any treaty. So my question, don't we have to give up other naive stances, and that is to create peace in such an easy way? There, again, there is a democracy facing autocratic regimes. And enriching nuclear materials, this is a fact. Mrs. Beer, I'm sorry, I only have 5 minutes left. The laureates are standing in front of the door, and I know I would like to bridge to Russia, because Russia is also playing a role there. It is so complicated. There's so much. We cannot cover this complex situation in 1.5 hours. And please, please, please look at the watch, because we only have 5 minutes left, because the laureates have arrived. With a focus on young people, I think this is an important point that was made, the resolution, the UN resolution. What is the kind of future we're leaving behind? And I would like to send the question over, one minute each. Romanishin.
I just want to quickly pick up on the question of US strategy and whether Europeans on the same page. I'm not so sure. One of the reasons the Ramstein summit was convened is exactly for that purpose, to get everyone on the same page. It's clear that the US is, what Lloyd Austin said during the summit was a shift in the strategy, and the fact that the US said we are committed for Ukraine to win was indeed a breakthrough. We've heard that Brits were also similar rhetoric from London. I'm not so sure about France and Germany and Italy. So I think there is still lots of work to do in terms of coordinating between within NATO and within a broader coalition of the defense group in terms of what are the end goals, what are the end goals of transatlantic partners in Ukraine.
Herr Franke, möchten Sie vielleicht in Richtung...
Mr. Franke, would you like to say something about youths?
Thank you. In the 1 minute that I have, Mrs. Bear and Natalia have said the same thing. It's about shaping the narrative. How can we succeed in achieving a situation where in many parts of the world people also understand that Russia is the aggressor, that it's not the West that there's a problem, and we are in a bubble, in our silo, and we forget that in South Africa, in India, the debate is completely different. The Economist last week started a survey where both countries, the vast majority of the population are convinced that the food security crisis, the problem with Ukrainian grain, they are convinced that this is the fault of the West or even of Ukraine. And I love the Mrs. President, and I'm always in agreement with her, except when we talk about the UN. If we do not use the UN now, knowing that Russia can block everything, then we haven't got the narrative in our hand. So it's very important to do very practical things and to ship missiles. But also, we must ensure that we strengthen the UN and include the young people, among other things, by involving them and making use of their enthusiasm and their initiative, in incorporating them into this liberal system that must win and can win.
Okay, on a positive note.
We owe to ourselves and to future generation, and in that sense, youth is already our current, to make sure that we stand the ground, that Russia gets exactly opposite what Russia strategically aspired now to have. And membership of Ukraine, membership of Georgia, membership of Moldova will be part of that. But victory of Ukraine is the key. And I have to just remind maybe the audience that when it comes to the youth and capacity of the youth, look at the youth in Ukraine. They are fighting every day for their own freedom and independence. They die every day. They are tortured every day. So youth is not just the recipient. Youth is something that guides us, that leads us to the future. And then I would end on that with the following phrase. And I've been very young myself when I've joined myself the government. Take your role, push for it. It's not given, it is taken when it comes to the proactiveness from the side of the youth, because what we don't have as a luxury in current times anymore is the sense of entitlement. We need to retake our own roles in our own societies, be proactive, and then grown-ups, but then youth as well. So fight for it, work for it, take what is owed to you, don't wait for it to be given to you. So that's my message when it comes to the youth. But other than that, I'm a great supporter for youth to be included in decision-making processes, in implementation processes, equally.
Thank you. Gabriel Scaiti. Geben Sie uns noch ein...
It's very short that we need to streamline our political decision-making. We need to, if NATO is collective organization, let's collectively decide. And then I see then Europeans are having security strategy, NATO have the security map or whatever. And then we see that it is really only bubbles of Barocco language, nothing inside. So we need to be streamlined. We have NATO, security guarantor. We all members of this organization, and let's not to create anything in addition. Then about youth, you're right. Don't rely on declarations of UN or other organizations. Go into politics, decide yourself, press the decision-making, and create yourself the environment and future you want. That's a reaction to the UN declarations.
Und ich würde sagen, hier saßen zwei Frauen, die ihr Leben nun...
I think we saw two women here who really took their lives into their own hands after the fall of the Soviet Union, and could hardly imagine when they were young what they would become. Both of them are wonderful role models and examples for just this. Thank you very much, and of course, thanks very much, Dr. Benedikt Franke and Dr. Julian Romanishin. This is your applause. And please apologize the hectic closing, but this is due to the fact that we now wait for Roger de Vec to join us with the Charlemagne Prize laureates for 2022. Thank you.
the sun appears, before the world has even stirred. Let's get out of here. We don't need to hurry. The road ahead is clear. Let's follow the coast as far as it goes, or until we disappear. That gives me an idea. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. So far from here, so let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year. Let's go disappear far away from here. Let's get lost together. Let's go chase that postcard. Wish you were here, weather. Let's get lost together. 'Cause if we don't, I know that I won't even last another year.
honor to meet with three great and courageous Belarusian Democrats. Welcome. And congratulations for the Charlemagne Prize. Tatiana Komic, you represent your sister who is in prison. And we welcome also, of course, Mrs. Tichadovskaya and Mrs. Tsvetkalo. And let's go in medias res. Svetlana Tichanovskaya, your husband was a presidential candidate and was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Do you have news of him? Do you have news?
Actually, on the 29th, hello everyone. On the 29th of May, there will be 2 years when he is imprisoned, and a year and a half of which he spent in solitary cell. We can't communicate with him, but I can send short messages with the lawyer who visits him once a week. And also my children can send him letters, and he can send letters to my children, not to me. So I have very short news from him. How is he? How is his physical state? But nothing special, because there is no. So lawyer and prisoner can't communicate secretly. Everybody is here, and so they can't share, their thoughts. So the people, political prisoners in Belarusian prisons are in awful conditions. The attitude to them is much worse than to ordinary criminals. They are very isolated. So it's very important for our people, for our friends who are in prisons, to understand that they are not abandoned, that people are writing letters to him, that we are fighting for their release. So he's keeping well. Our people behind the bars, very strong people. They sacrificed with their freedom, some with their lives, to give us opportunity to continue to unite Europe, to unite Belarusians, to release all of them.
Can he be visited? Can some relatives go to the prison, or not at all?
Just last 2 months, his mother managed to visit him twice. It half-an-hour meetings. But some other political prisoners have opportunity to communicate through network, just as Masha is communicating with Tatiana through Signal, I suppose. Yeah. Okay, by the phone calls. So the situation is different for people.
And Tatiana Komic, you are the sister of Mrs. Kalenevskaya. She was sentenced to 11 years in prison. What do you know about her these days?
So my sister Maria Kolesnikova was sentenced to 11 years in prison, and she spent already 20 months in prison in Belarus. She has been in solitary confinement for 9 months until she was moved to Kelani in January 2022. As of now, she stays in the women colony. It's a correctional colony or correctional camp, and it's obligatory there to work. So though my sister Maria, she's a musician, she's an art project manager, she have to sew. She learns how to sew. So there is a possibility for visits from relatives, and in our case, because usually it's close relatives only who can visit prisoners. In our case, it's myself and our father. I live in exile for almost 2 years, and only our father can visit her. So unfortunately, she was punished, and they cancelled 2 next visits to her of our father. Most probably, he will have a chance to see her just in several months. next time. During these 2 years, almost 2 years, he saw her and visited her just 4 times. It's four times for 1 hour each. And when they speak, they cannot hug each other or see each other closely. They just sitting in a small room separated by glass and speak on the phone. And of course, they cannot speak on some sensitive information, yes, about political situation or what is happening in Belarus. So they just can share some family news or what is happening to myself, to father, and so on. So she almost does not receive letters, only from close relatives. And again, in this situation, it's just from me and our father. We know that hundreds of people write her every day, but she doesn't receive them. And months ago, she had a birthday.
But she knows that she gets those letters.
She knows that a lot of people write her. And she had a birthday, and she turned 40 years. It was her second birthday in prison, and she didn't receive any greetings for her birthday from other people. And it was the same last year, so she didn't receive letters like around month and a half around her birthday, because they knew that people will write to her, and it really was like that. So of course it's difficult and very conditions, a lot of pressure, isolation. I saw her several times on video calls during last 2 months. And she looks good. She has the same short haircut, but she's brown now, she's black now, because she cannot color her hairs. And you see this lipstick all this time. I would say that it became a symbol of my sister in Belarus, and for many people, and for women especially, it was a symbol of her power, of her optimism. And even now, for example, they just stole her lipstick in the colony. They just do not allow any kind of expression of herself there. She cannot speak to other prisoners, or especially political prisoners, because there are about 40 women in the same colony of political prisoners. She can just smile when she sees them, and people recognize her, but she cannot talk to them.
Veronika Tsepkalo, is the Charlemagne Prize a bit of happiness in so much sadness? Is the Charlemagne Prize a little happiness in so much sadness?
Guten Tag, everybody. I'm.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I studied German in the university, but it was long ago. I wish I could answer all your questions in German. But yes, we appreciate all the prizes, especially Charlemagne Prize, because it's one of the highest German prizes. For us, it's a great honor. But we realize this prize doesn't belong to us, it doesn't belong to the women, it belongs to all the people of Belarus who have been fighting with the regime for the last 28 years. And situation in Belarus is deteriorating every day. Lukashenko imposes new rules, regulations, laws, and people are put in the prison for absolutely nothing. Like Maria, for example, she was with us in campaign and she got 11 years for absolutely nothing and no reason. The same about Sergei Tikhanovsky, 18 years in the prison. Viktor Babarika's son is still kept as a hostage. I mean, the number of political prisoners in Belarus is increasing every day. Today is 1,500 political prisoners. Out of 1,500, 168 is female political prisoners. And what's happening in the prisons, as Tatiana described, it's unbearable conditions. The regime does everything to break us. The regime does everything just to give up the fight. Therefore, for us, it's a big pleasure to receive recognition, international recognition, to receive international awards and prizes. But at the same time, we understand that we should not relax and just enjoy being here, but we should continue our fight because we understand if it's not us, who else? People in Belarus are speechless right now. They're not able to do anything right now because for small things they're put in the prison. And because we are free, because we are not inside of Belarus, we should use each and every opportunity to talk about Belarus and to fight for the future of our country. Because if it's not us, who else is going to liberate us in Belarus?
Continue the fight. All three leaders of the opposition were born in the year 1982. It is a coincidence, or what shaped your generation? An open question to anybody.
Well, I was not born in 1982. It's Maria and Svetlana were born in 1982. But I guess, people of Belarus were tired of being under dictatorship for many years. As you said, Lukashenko, he has been in power since 1994, and the entire, 2 generations grew up, and they did not even got a chance to compare him with somebody else. And that's why during the rallies in Belarus, when we traveled across Belarus and we spoke to so many people, the first comment the most frequently comment that I would hear, what does it mean to have another president? How does it mean to have somebody else? Because, Lukashenko, for many, many years, he was scaring the people even with thought that somebody else can be in his place. So our new generation grew up not knowing anybody else, not having any alternative, Therefore, I think the entire country, no matter how old you are, if you're old, if you're young, if you're, middle-aged people, we're tired of this regime, we're tired of this dictatorship, and we want to rebuild the country. We want to live in the country like Germany, where you have democracy, when you have freedom, when you have basic rights, which we were deprived for many, many years.
Now, I have to say that maybe because we are of the average age and we are on the front line of this fight, because when we were young, I think that internet appeared in our life. We got access to information. I have to say that our parents lived in Soviet Union. We started to live in Soviet Union, then under dictatorship, and before internet appeared, we didn't have a lot of chances to see how people in other countries live. Even now, most of our grandparents or parents have never traveled. They don't know how it is to live in Europe or even in the USA. They know only, Soviet Union style, Belarusian style, and so as Veronika said, they never could compare. But our generation can. We understand that our country, our people can live much better, that we can be the same prosperous country as Germany, for example. We have wonderful, talented people in Belarus who want better life for themselves, for their children, for their parents. And that's why our generation and further generations started to analyze, started to compare our life and the life of countries of European Union, and this understanding then something is wrong with our country, with our government, with our dictator, and we have to fight it.
Tatjana, what is your view on your generation?
So I would like to say that I joined the election campaign in 2020 myself, just several days after it started, and I supported Viktor Babarika because I saw and I understood that it's time for me to act, actually to do something. I was 34 years at the time. I didn't see any other presidents in Belarus before that. And I understood that it can be 5 more years of the same president, or this time maybe I will take an action and others will take an action and it will change. And I did it. I think that society itself changed over recent about maybe 8-10 years mainly. and in different spheres, in all spheres, economical, in cultural sphere a lot. And unfortunately, Belarusian authorities didn't mention it, they didn't see it, that our country already adopted, because Belarusian people are very, in society, are very democratized. Yes, maybe not a lot of adult people can travel a lot, but I would say that young people, they travel a lot before, of course, before 2020, they travel a lot. And we, for example, we also have very brilliant IT industry in Belarus. And what does it mean? It means that young and creative and smart people from Belarus, young men and women who may work in the IT industry 20, 30 years old, they travel and communicate a lot with companies all over the world. So we started to bring this culture in our society also. And authorities also didn't mention it. The other... And we also, of course, when you travel, you get back to your country and you expect to see the same treatment in your country, yes, because you know how good, how well it can be. It exists in other countries and you would like to be the same, to see the same in your country. And what also influenced a lot in 2020, when the COVID started, Belarusian government didn't mention it. And even more, they try to hide it from anyone, not showing the statistics of illness, of dead people, and elementary stuff like gloves, masks, and disinfection and tests were not available for people in Belarus. And what society do, actually, they started to organize themselves to help people across whole Belarus, yes, to doctors, to pensioners, to protect themselves. And it became a huge movement, which was obvious which made obvious that government does not care about people. And okay, society can unite and decide this, resolve these problems by ourselves. And it was also a big trigger for this movement in summer 2020. So I would say that overall, that Belarusian people changed and have changed a long time ago, but Belarusian authorities did not recognize it, didn't saw it. That's why it happened.
Veronika Tsepkalo, do you fear that Belarus will be neglected since in the aftermath of the war in Ukraine?
We keep explaining the international community that Lukashenko is not a legitimate president. He lost the elections in 2020 and he is not entitled to represent our country. So all the decisions he's taken right now is taken on behalf of just one citizen, the citizen of Alexander Lukashenko. To my opinion, he is a criminal. To my opinion, when I hear that the ICC International Criminal Court opens the case against Putin, to me, as a Belarusian, I feel so much pain that ICC do not open criminal charges against Lukashenko because, number one, he took the power using the military forces. He murdered many civilians in Belarus. 40,000 people went through the illegal imprisonment, which is an absolute record for any European country since the World War II. And with the pain, when I read the news and I don't see a criminal charges against Lukashenko, as a citizen of my country, I feel very, very bad. Therefore, when mass media ask us the question if we feel guilty for what's happening in Belarus, as Belarusian citizen, I do not feel guilty because it's not us, it's not the people of Belarus who took this decision to start this bloody war. We do not support any kind of violence because, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, we fought next to each other during World War II. We are brothers nations, we have relatives, we have friends across all these countries, and of course we are against the violence. Therefore, please, when you talk about Belarusian involvement into this war, do not put the equal sign between Lukashenko and the people of Belarus. He just uses our territory, the territory of our country, for invasion to Ukraine. And he is a criminal. He needs to be arrested and he needs to go to the court, because we believe that all the crimes which he committed against Belarusian people and now against Ukrainians should not go unpunished.
Your perception?
Look, Belarus cannot be neglected because we are the part of European continent. We share the same values as all the European countries, and we have to understand the importance of Belarus in our region. You connected your question with the war in Ukraine, but we have to understand that Ukrainian question cannot be solved without solving Belarusian question, because our fates of our countries are interconnected. If Belarus is not free, there will be constant threat to Ukraine, to European countries like Poland, Lithuania, and others. Because while Lukashenko, unpredictable Lukashenko or other dictator is in power, he will he will blackmail neighboring countries all the time. So that's why we asking to not to abandon Belarus. You can't do this because we want security in the whole region. And when you talk about withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine, but forget to say that Russian troops are still in Belarus, so I urge you to demand withdrawal of Russian troops from our territory as well. So I understand that now focus is shifted from Belarus to Ukraine. It's understandable, the war is there, and we are supporting Ukrainians as much as we can. But Belarus cannot be like bargaining cheap in this situation. We have to solve, Belarus is part of the problem, and this problem has to be solved in complex.
We read about a concentration of Belarusian troops on the border with Ukraine. Do you think that Lukashenko could afford to attack Ukraine?
There was such a threat at the beginning of the war that Belarusian soldiers will join Russian troops, but it didn't happen. And I have to say that it's not thanks to Lukashenko. Don't think that it's merit of the dictator. Our soldiers were so demoralized. Our soldiers didn't understand why they have to fight against Ukrainians, our, brothers and sisters. And they didn't understand why they have to die for ambitions of two usurpers. And that's why maybe this order to invade Ukraine was given by Lukashenko, but it wasn't fulfilled. But we have to understand that we are dealing with an unpredictable person who is on the leash to Kremlin, and under some pressure he could give once again this order. But we are asking our soldiers, if you are forced to cross Belarusian Ukrainian order, so change the side, give up, just or fight, change the side, fight on the side of Ukrainians.
Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, how do you see the risk of intervention of Belarus in Ukraine?
To be honest with you, no, because we have a lot of activists who are still in Belarus. Even though it's not possible to openly survive in Belarus when you're opposition, we still have our team members in Belarus, and we know how the people inside of the country are looking at the war. Therefore, we work with the mothers of the soldiers, we work with the wives, with the daughters. We understand that only, on a personal level, we can influence these military guys. And I'm sure deep inside, even though they cannot say it openly right now, they did not support Lukashenko, but deep inside, how can you support the killings the murder of civilian people. How can you support the killings of children, elderly, when we see all these pictures from Ukraine? I mean, it's cold blood pictures. I mean, what kind of person you should be just to go and kill the people who have, you know, like no intentions whatsoever? I mean, Russians now, the Belarusian Russian propaganda, they say that they are liberating Ukraine. The first question which I ask, like, liberate yourself first. Look what's happening inside of the Russia. There are some, you know, like in Russian, when you look at the basic democratic rights, there is no rights like whatsoever. Therefore, I don't think that our soldiers, even if they receive the order to intervene in Ukraine, they will fulfill it, they will do it. We hope that they will not listen to this illegitimate person.
What is your feeling when it is said that Russians, Belarusians and Ukrainians are brother peoples?
We are brother people. We are brother nations. As I said, our grandparents fought shoulder to shoulder during the World War II. Therefore, for us, it was a huge shock when Russia invaded Ukraine. Because how can you kill someone who is your friend, who is your family member, who is your co-worker, who is your relative, etc. Therefore, we will never support any kind of violation. And therefore, we stand with the people of Ukraine because we understand once Ukraine is liberated, Belarus will be liberated as well. Therefore, we will fight until we win this war, both in Ukraine and Belarus.
Some days ago, a new bookstore had to close in Minsk because it was selling Orwell, 1984. That's Orwell. Did you understand my question?
But what do you ask about? Yeah, it happened.
Is Belarus living in Orwellian circumstances?
I would say that for almost 2 years we have 1984 in our country. Yes, people just live in the same conditions as described in the book, and it's not a joke, really. So maybe sometimes it can seem like it could not be somewhere on earth, yes, you cannot imagine it, but it's really happened. And by the way, it happens not so far from your country. Yes, it's just a day trip by car to get to Minsk. It's 2 hours by flight to get to Minsk, and Belarus is neighbor to European Union.
Democracy is plurality, is pluralism. You have a common mission, you have a common goal, but do you have different approaches?
Look, we have common aim in this fight. We want elections in 2020 were fraudulent. Lukashenko lost the election, and our main goal is to hold free and fair elections in Belarus. But before these conditions for these elections is release of all political prisoners, rehabilitation of these political prisoners, and stop of repressions in our country. Of course, different people have different opinion how these new elections can be achieved. And we have some discussions within democratic forces, but we understand that we are not competing to each other. We are collaborating together, we are working together because we have this one goal that is understandable for everyone. So approaches are different, but aim is the only one.
Yes?
Yes, I also would like to add, and you ask about whether Belarus can be forgotten. I would say that maybe Belarusian opposition has never been so united as during the last 2 years. I mean, previous decades, because it's a long fight for us, actually, for Belarusian nation. And sometimes, yes, we have different approaches, but as Svetlana said, we have a common goal. And the most important thing for us that people are released. Yes, until they are free, we will not stop. And it's our aim also, Belarus not to be forgotten, actually. That is our common goal, and three of us and many others who live in exile, who left the country, but we do it and proceeded to do it every day.
You are scattered across Europe, the Baltics, Athens, Warsaw. How are you organized?
No matter where we are, we continue our fight because all of us, all Belarusian people, we have family members who are still inside of the country. And every day we stay in touch with our activists from Belarus. Every day we stay in touch with our family members, and we know what's happening in Belarus. And when you know that the people live in the fear, when the people don't know what's going to happen with them in the end of the day, because Belarus, when you are in Belarus, you are not sure if you're gonna, see your family in the evening. You don't know if you will be detained in the middle of the day. You don't know if you will see your children again. And this is normal, in quotes, normal for Belarus. And when I talk to our people, when I talk to our activists, when they share their personal stories with us, I understand that, we have no right to give up our fight, no matter where we live. If we live in Athens or Poland or Lithuania or Estonia or any country in the world, we need to fight for our people who was not able to leave the country. We need to fight for our political prisoners. You have to understand these people are absolutely innocent. These people, first, we forgot to mention, last week Lukashenko introduced a new law. Under this law, the person who attempted the act of terrorism will be sentenced to death penalty. For you to understand the attempted act of terrorism, it means to be in opposition. They are terrorists by default. So we live in the 21st century, in the European country, and we face the death penalty for being honest, for fighting for our basic democratic rights. When I read the news from Belarus, it gives me so much strength, power, and energy to continue our fight. Because otherwise, how can I live knowing that 10 million people inside of the country, inside of Belarus, are kept as hostages and suffering because of our future, because of our democracy? No give up.
Last question, short answer to all three. Will Belarus be free in 5 years?
It's difficult to answer when it will be free, when Belarus will be free. And I think it's a long process and no one can say, but we're sure that we do everything possible. Millions of Belarusians do everything possible, and this day will come. This transition to democracy will start.
Look, I'm sure that in 5 years Belarus will be free, but I have to say I want it be free much earlier, actually. But we have to put even more efforts than we are putting now. That I want to urge Europe to stay united, to be consistent towards Belarusian regime, continue sanction policy, continue supporting Belarusian civil society, because now our strategy is to exhaust regime as much as possible, for them to understand that nobody will step away, that democratic countries will be with the democratic movement in Belarus, and that there is no way out of the situation, only start dialogue with Belarusian people. So, yes, it will. We don't know how long it will take. It will take for us to liberate our country. We know no matter what, we are going to win this game. But we can win this war, not game war, sorry, but we can win this war with your help, for sure. And your help could be open the criminal charges against Lukashenko, declare him as a terrorist, or declare the regime which is in Belarus right now terroristic, because you have to understand you deal with a coward dictator. Once he is under pressure, once he knows that there is criminal proceedings against him, he's going to break. He is a coward. So please help us. With your help,
we can bring the victory to Belarus much sooner. This is my firm belief.
We are all impressed by your determination, your quiet determination. In my mother tongue, French, Mitterrand created this expression, it is la force tranquille. It can't be translated, but this quiet strength that you have brought to Aachen is something very important. Congratulations again and big thank you.
So. Please do not leave yet. I have to say goodbye to you officially. We have come to the end of the second day. Tomorrow is the big ceremony day. I think today we have seen two very interesting panel discussions. And I think what we can say is that the world has changed. It has changed perhaps a bit earlier, but now we've understood that it's changed, and what's going on is very dramatic. And I think we've never had such authentic laureates that have been able to communicate a subject so clearly on the basis of their own experience. At least that's not been the case for a long time. So it's like the icing on it's like the thing that makes it. So once we notice these things, and it's all very brutal. And that's the situation with brutality, with human rights, with the rule of law, and with self-determination. All of a sudden, you are outside your own country, you can't return, other than risking imprisonment. And then you have to make the best of things, and so then you come to a point where you say, we will start fighting. I think that's what we've seen here today, starting a struggle. So the question is, to what extent can we fight ourselves, not with weapons, but with words, with our positions, perhaps by doing nothing, as this phrase by Mitterrand suggests. And I think that's the call to act. We've seen the Charlemagne Youth Prize. We've had over 100,000 participants in the history of the Youth Prize to date. And this is the call to act at various degrees of severity. I would like to thank you for being here today, for making your contribution to the success of today. Thank you to our panel members and to the moderators, and please remain loyal to the International Charlemagne Prize. Thank you very much, and enjoy your evening.